I'll start with the weather and then it'll all go downhill from there. It's the last hint of the Indian summer this weekend. By next week, it will be all over. What was that? The September sunshine will become autumn showers and plunging temperatures are on the way from Monday.
Oh, no.
Yes. It was good to get a little heat and sun these past few weeks because August was the third least sunny August in southern England since records began, as in ever. And it felt pretty cold most of the time. All thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
From Monday, a cold front already in parts of the north takes hold across the country, bringing in heavy rain and winds. Temperatures are going to go from 70 degrees Fahrenheit to 57 by Wednesday. 57. A 50 number. So that's it. We can say goodbye to summer.
Bye-bye.
Who's that?
Sorry.
Who's that? Oh, my God. 5 minutes in and already there's an intruder. No, don't knock or anything. Just burst in.
Be polite.
Have you heard? From Monday, a cold front already in parts of the north takes hold across the country, bringing in heavy rains and winds. Here, there and everywhere, baby. Met Office spokesmodel Adam said, for the weekend, we will continue to see low-pressure systems bringing blustery weather to the north. But I bet I know where in the north. Checking while you wait. Aha! Glasgow, raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Monday. No, Sunday. Raining on Sunday. Raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on next Monday the 4th and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday. Wow. Every day. Every single day. Raining in Glasgow. So that's Glasgow. Down south, better. Further south, the drier, warmer weather remains, but just for the weekend. A shift in the position of the jet stream brings a change next week. This is the educational part. Fits right in, doesn't it?
No.
Yeah, the jet stream is shifting. A cold front is going to spread eastwards, bringing wet and windy conditions across the whole of the country throughout Monday. It's going to feel much more autumnal and cooler and blustery.
Oh, fabulous.
So here's Saturday. Cloudy, rainy, windy. Some sunny intervals away from the west. Very warm in sunshine. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Sunday to Tuesday, still warm for many, but rain and stronger winds arriving into the west, starting to change to cooler, unsettled conditions. Do you want to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
All right, this is until the end of the first week of October. Oh, blimey, October? No, it's going too fast. How can it be October already? Sunday to Tuesday... No, I read that. This is the first week in... from now to the first week in October, next couple of weeks. Unsettled condition with bands of heavy rain. Cooler, showery periods. Bright skies in some parts. And I sincerely hope it's in your part. Drier and more settled across the south-east. Bands of rain and strong winds in the north-west, as previously discussed. Temperatures slightly below average for the time of the year. So that's the next couple of weeks. And then the middle 2 weeks in October. It could be nice. You just never know. It could be a descent into a cold and a damp and miserable weather from now until next June. Or it could be really nice. You just don't know. Right, so the middle 2 weeks in October. Lower pressure in the north will bring periods of showers or longer spells of rain, along with stronger winds. That's the north. Higher pressure is more likely over the south during this period, generally giving dry and settled conditions. Temperatures most likely around or above average. Temperatures most likely around or above average? We'll take it. I want the name of the person who burst into this studio while I'm busy doing my art. Who was it?
Michael?
You're not supposed to say. Wow, she gave you up in a millisecond, Michael. Guilty. Jamil texts, I'm doing a socially responsible protest for Insulate Britain. I've glued some Lego men to my nephew's scale tricks set. Fight the power. Do you mean Scalextrics? Yeah, there or there, but he couldn't afford a Scalextrics, so he got a Scale Tricks set. Oh, but Mum, I want a Scalextrics. They didn't have it, sweetie. It's about the lorry drivers. 0345 6060 973. About that, County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Nixon. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I went to the shop, man. No bug rolls again. What's going on?
No toilet rolls.
What is going on in this country?
In County Durham.
This country is thick.
Right.
It's just getting beyond a joke.
Are you saying it's thick?
I bought me frozen turkey.
Or sick? You bought your frozen turkey. I don't think it lasts. It doesn't last that long, does it?
But yeah, it does if you freeze it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You bought a frozen turkey, but even frozen, there's still some degradation in the freezer.
About 4 months on it.
4 months?
Aye. Frozen turkeys, 4 months.
I'd be very, very sure about that. Don't guess.
So what made him come up with Kermit the Frog? Like, we know they're all Muppets, but this is beyond a joke.
It is beyond a joke, yeah. He thought that he was going to bring the house down, as he normally does, because he's normally got an audience of his fans and supplicants. But over there at the UN, they couldn't care less what he was talking about. They didn't think he was funny. And
they probably didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, no. Anybody under the age of 50 has never seen the Muppets, apart from anything else. Well, I wish you all the best with your hunt for toilet roll, Sean. We're calling it toilet roll. It's more seemly to put it like that.
Be polite.
Always. Thanks a lot, mate. We're queuing for toilet rolls and petrol. Every petrol station, it took me about half an hour longer than it normally takes to get in because the roads were just chock-a-block with people queuing up to get petrol. The government said, it's okay, everything is under control. Don't panic. And the entire nation pulled its hair out. I mean, they're talking about Christmas being cancelled and it hasn't even begun yet. Daniel says, I was half an hour late to a hospital appointment earlier due to the hordes queuing for £40 of petrol and a bunch of wilting pansies. Who are they? He says, shame I wasn't held up by the climate protesters or the billionaire-owned press would be furious on my behalf. Fury is their favourite word. The amount of news stories that start with fury as, and there is never any fury connected with those stories. Fury as some person you've barely heard of on television gets a haircut. Who are the people that are writing this stuff? I mean, what's their average age, I wonder? Do you think they're all like 16? They go straight from school to clacking out stuff directly onto newspapers' websites? Because it seems like that. And none of them have got a spell checker. I mean, it's like estate agents. All properties on estate agents' websites start with this phrase. This stunning, etc. And all news stories start with fury as, etc. This stunning parking space benefits from concrete and paint. Ivor tweets, I thought it was illegal to stock petrol or diesel in your home or garage without a licence. Also, if you keep the full petrol cans in the boot of your car, what happens if you get into an accident and somebody rams into the back of your car? If you get into an accident and someone rams into the back of your car, well, that's a very unlucky day, isn't it? Then you're stuffed, Ivor. And this text says, toilet rolls, petrol, sounds like my youth growing up in Derry. Wow, that's... Huh, okay. If you say so. I'm glad that my youth consisted of more than being concerned about toilet rolls and petrol, but, maybe that's just me. Unless he's mixing a cocktail. Is that what you're talking about? Am I just slow on the uptake? I could do with a couple of pints of a cocktail like that right now, as a matter of fact. I'll have one with an umbrella in it. Appreciate it. This call on my indicator is in Swanley in Kent. Hello, Gavin.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, completely frustrated and annoyed with everything at the moment.
Oh, no. What can it be?
Reason being, I won't beat around the bush. Panic buying and everything today, okay?
Panic
myself,
buying? You were in a panic? What did you buy?
No, it's a me with fuel. It's a me, myself, and I attitude. You got women on the school run. Oh, I need that fuel for the school run for multiple days and everything.
Well,
else.
you wouldn't want little Johnny to walk 100 yards to school.
Absolutely. But my view is, do you remember going back to COVID when we were supporting the NHS? How many people are getting stuck? How many NHS workers are getting stuck in these queues when they're on the way to work?
6.
Saving people's lives.
Is it 6?
And treating our family, your family, and my family, and everybody else's.
Yes. 7.
Quite frankly.
8?
No.
More than that.
It's not a funny attitude. It's not a funny attitude.
Isn't it? Right. Not a funny attitude.
No.
Could you change your attitude?
Fit
NHS, more in with the show?
There are NHS. People who need to fuel their cars up as well.
Right.
To,
well, they should have thought of that.
Save people.
Yeah. OK, good work. Thanks a lot, Gavin. But keep being concerned. We appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. There's a concerned caller. He's seen the situation and he doesn't like it. Because of, I don't know. SEMA texts, Nick, I got a phone call from a friend advising that petrol stations all around Sutton were drying up and I better go and fill my tank. I immediately jumped into my car only to get 2 messages from next door with similar warnings. I got to the local gas station to find a 10-car queue in each direction to go in. Luckily, I filled my tank, but only as they were putting "sorry, no fuel" tags on all the pumps. Apparently, they only got the fuel delivery at 5 p.m. today. Craziness or what, says Seema. Craziness. If it's a choice between craziness or what, definitely craziness. Now, those tanks in petrol stations, do you really want to take the last drop from the bottom of them? Because am I imagining it, or would it just be full of that stuff that, sits at the bottom of like a bottle of wine? Sediment, that's what I'm going for. Sediment. Is it going to be like chock full of sediment right at the bottom there? It'd be like syrup trying to squeeze it into your car. 0345 6060 973. Here is a bloke called James in Galicia in Spain. Yes?
Yeah, well, I never supported Brexit, and a little part of me is just happy that it's gone so badly. Really. But like you said many times before, the supporters of it are never going to admit that they've been had.
No, never, ever going to admit that they've been had. No, too much loss of face, loss of hope as well.
Yeah, it just makes me so angry that it's so easy for the government to just lie like this to the people, and hardly anyone cares, really, or holds them to account. I think the offshore billionaire press have written so many stories about the consequence of Brexit without mentioning the B word. It's getting comical, really. I mean, will they ever admit that they were part of the problem that's delivered us this mess in the first place? Of course not. So nothing can ever be the fault of Brexit. It always has to be something else. It's the EU being mean to us, or it's the invisible menace from China, or I don't know. Joe Biden is a Brit, is an Irish Brit hater. It just goes on and on. There'll always be some excuse. Has he gone? I know. It's
there
crazy.
You are. So, are there empty shelves in Galicia, James?
No.
Is there are the newspapers all leading on the rising price of gas?
No, most of it's about the volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands here.
Right, yeah. Well, see, the thing about that is the Canary Islands is just a string of connected volcanoes. So if one goes, you'd think that it's quite likely that they'll all go.
Yeah, and what they're really worried about is about a third of the island can fall into the water. and create a tsunami that will flood coastal cities all around the Atlantic.
Yeah, that's all we need. Yeah. So a third of the island could fall off into the water, creating the biggest tsunami that the world has seen since the dinosaurs were extinguished. And that's all we need.
Yeah,
okay, well, thanks for the good news there, James. See, that sort of trumps my weather report. We're all going to die. All right, cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Now, I'm no... and I knew as I started that sentence, I don't know what the technical term for... Oh, a volcanologist. Oh, but it's a volcanologist. I'm no volcanologist, but I would imagine that if it's a string of volcanoes that have created the Canary Islands, that if one blasts, then it's all the same pool of magma that they're connected to, so they might all go pop. I know where not to book my next holiday. Not that I'm thinking I'm ever going to get a holiday again. I'm never going abroad again. I don't think any of us are. You have to be off your chump to go abroad now. Chris texts, petrol shortage, if only there was a power source delivered to my house overnight while I sleep, says wildly smug electric car owner. I thought about that as I was driving in, crawling in because of every petrol station had queues outside of people going berserk. And ordinary traffic, of course, gets all blocked up. It's all bunked up because, the roads that are normally running smoothly and freely are all clogged up with morons who have gone screaming to the pumps. You know, at the moment the government says don't panic, then everybody panics. I don't know why they bother. Mary texts, I'm totally discombobulated with Boris's Kermit. He was so rude to Miss... I'm totally discombobulated with Boris's Kermit was so rude to Miss Piggy joke at the United Nations meeting. There is no hope, says Mary. Yeah, there's no sense to what you just wrote, but it's a lot of words that almost make sense, but not in the order you put them, Mary. Check before you send. And Darryl says, so the UK gas market is rapidly collapsing. It's almost like privatising essential services as a model doesn't work. Yeah, somebody should look into that. Maybe we could stop selling all of our most important and vital assets. Or, oh, no, too late, we've sold them all. Do we actually own anything that would be associated with this country anymore? I mean, one thing, name one thing that is associated particularly with this country that we still own. Name me one thing. I double dare you. HP Sauce. I bet that's not British. Harrods. Nope. Fortnum & Mason. Nope. What else? What's really, really British? All British beer. No, it's either American or Japanese. What else? Like, totally British things. Aston Martin.
No.
Nope. I bet the next James Bond's American. I honestly can't think of a single thing that's supposed to be British that is still owned by Brits. What are those raincoats with the tartan lining? Burberry. Is Burberry British?
Negative.
I don't think so. Name one single thing that is associated with this nation that is still owned by someone in this nation who was born here. You know, totally British through and through. There isn't anything. We've sold the lot. We've sold our electricity and our gas and our water. Our water. What could possibly have gone right about that? We sell it all for short-term gain. Of course, we don't gain, but there's a significant number of vastly wealthy people that always seem to be the same gainers. We haven't gained a bean, but they have. Over and over again they gain. It's almost like it's a plan to strip mine this country and sell it off to, a couple of three people who don't live here. They live on, technically for tax reasons, they exist as a cloud of mist. We pay all of the tax that is legally due in every jurisdiction in which we do business, they say. As though they've all got the same blooming lawyer. But all of our stuff's gone, sold off for a quick profit from which we, the little people, not leprechauns, have profited not one iota. And we keep voting for the people that are doing this to us over and over and over again. It's almost as though we deserve it. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Oh, hello, Robert.
Oh, hi, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm telephoning about the demonstrations in England about bulk panic buying of petroleum products.
Yes.
You name it. They're panicking, they're buying it. But up here in Scotland, for some reason, just prior to coming home, I stopped off at a petrol station to get petrol amongst some
other things. We don't need to know what sort of disgusting things that you shop for at the petrol station.
Okie dokie. It's just that it seems to be a when it happens in England and your great Prime Minister announces these things, whatever you do, don't.
Yeah.
The English people seem to take the opposite. Whatever you do, whatever you don't, they do it. I'm getting confused here.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't. Whatever you don't do. That's pretty much exactly right.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but here, I'm in Glasgow and it's pouring, so that's no news. No news to anyone. But the thing I really call to say is that there's no need for panic buying. There's plenty of stock. I don't know where these people get the ideas. Well, I can only speak for Scotland, I can't speak for England, but up here, everyone's just going about their normal business. No one's raiding the shelves. Of course,
everything is calm. Yeah, well, that's in Scotland. In England, meanwhile, people are freaking out.
One more. Can I ask you one?
And another thing, yes.
And another thing is, Nick, I'm still trying to work out. Call me stupid. I'm still trying to work out one of your other shows, the Nick Abbott Habit. Do you release it every Monday or is it every second Monday?
Well, didn't it come out this Monday?
No, it's not me coming out on a Monday for yonks. It'll be coming out every second Monday, and I thought there was a delay or something wrong with the software.
I'm going to check on that because I edit it every week to come out on Monday, but I don't physically myself put it online. So if it's not going online...
It's not going online because I can assure you I'm a avid listener and thoroughly enjoy your stuff, and I've been very disappointed over the past couple of months. It's spasmodic. It'll come out, maybe you'll get the 2 weeks and then you'll only get the 1 week for 3 weeks, and then it goes back to the twosome again. So I'm totally confused.
Well, I don't know where are you getting it, because I'm looking.
I'm getting it from where I'm getting this call as we're making right now, the Global app.
Right. Well, I'm looking at the Global app now, and the last one, which is a big one, the last one, because it was the first. It was from January 2020.
Yeah.
And it was and it was the first time that I said on this show the news was coming in from China of this weird thing called a coronavirus.
Yes, Nick, I got that.
Right. Well, the one before was a week before, and the one before that was a week before, and the one before that was a week before, and the one before that was a week before.
Nick, you're not going to get any sweet from me in this one. Listen, I've got it all on tape.
Robert, I am looking at it with my own eyeballs. It's per every week it comes out. Look at that, every single week, like clockwork.
Well, I'll check my settings because there's something far wrong with my set. Me or you, I beg to. I'll get a blame for this. There's nothing sure.
There's probably nothing wrong with your settings, Robert. Maybe it's you.
Aye.
You want to get yourself looked at? Maybe you could turn yourself off and on again. Try that.
Maybe I could. Okay, Nick.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Ta-da, 0345. That was Robert from Glasgow. He was confused. Yeah, I do a thing called the Nick Abbott Habit, which is from old shows. It's 30 minutes of concentrated amusement clipped from old shows. And I've been doing it from before COVID, totally disease-free, until the one that's just come out. And, God, it's so weird to hear me talk about that then, knowing at that time, in January 2020, nothing about what was to come. If only I'd known then. What would I have done? Left the country, gone to New Zealand or somewhere. But, yeah, so it's a bit weird to hear myself, like, stumble through this thing coming from China. There's something really weird going on over there. Have you heard about this kind of thing? It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. It's on Global Player. Trust me, it comes out every Monday. Don't listen to that last bloke. Got no idea what he's talking about. Comes out like clockwork on Monday. I guarantee it. Well, I don't guarantee it, but, if it doesn't, then your money back. It's totally free. But usually it's disease-free, but now I've sort of stepped into the realm of the it from over there. I don't know whether to just stop there and then go way back to, way before we'd heard of it. But in going, whatever date I pick back and then move forward, it's on the horizon. So I have to deal with it at some point. I just don't think I want to go through that again. I think people have sort of given up on COVID now, haven't they? I mean, I was out this week and I did notice that far fewer people are doing masks than they used to. The one place where they still are doing masks, as though their lives depended on it, is Tate Britain. Everybody in there was wearing a mask. And then you come outside and you go on a bus or on the tube or a train and no one out there is wearing a mask. So it's art people are mask wearers. Everybody else isn't. It is as though it hasn't happened. It's as though people are thinking, oh, well, finally that's over. And they've gone back to, being people again. We're back. Everywhere was rammed. And the traffic on the roads. I think warmly about the good old days when, nobody used to go out. You could park anywhere you like. And the roads were empty. About a year ago. 0345 6060 973. Here is East Yorkshire, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, just talking about the mask thing. At the moment, there's about 75,000 people a year dying of COVID at the present rates, and people are not bothering. No. You're right. They've just given up on it. But no, the main thing I rang in about was Boris's UN speech.
Oh my God!
And not going back onto the Miss Piggy bit yet, but when you think about the audience, the bulk of the audience were non-English, Latin, or ancient Greek speaking.
Yeah.
And yet he peppered the entire speech with Latin references and Greek references. No wonder when they got to Kermit and Miss Piggy, they just sat there stone-faced because they just wouldn't know what the hell was going on by that time.
He's so used to having a pliant audience made up of fans that he thinks that he can just come out with his act on the world stage. But people are just looking at him thinking, who is this very bad word that I can't say on the radio? And why is he taking up all of my time? It's just so cringingly embarrassing. That man is our leader. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I mean, I've got to admit, I'm a bit of a James O.B. that I went to a minor public school, the sort that Smug looks down on. So classic, you had to do classics for the first few years. But in the speech, I mean, you've got a degree, psychology, blah, 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 blah. Do you understand what obiter dicta means as a Latin phrase?
No, I don't know any Latin at all.
No, it means a judge's non-legal comment. So if he says you're an evil man, then that is obiter dicta. If he says you're going down for 20 years, that's a legal statement. But he threw that in to dismiss his comments about climate change being rubbish 20 years ago as obiter dicta. That it was a non-legally binding judge's statement.
Oh my God! When will he stop trying to impress us with his Eton education? We know you went to Eton. Stop telling us all the time.
It's absolutely bizarre. And then at one point he said, I'm going to rename myself Boreas.
Yeah,
Johnson.
well, I think that's the only thing I've agreed with him on. Boreas, yes.
But again, it's very questions to a guy who got blown down by the north wind to marry a Greek woman and have 4 kids. I mean, where does he pull this out? And then the other thing is, if you look on the government website, there's a transcript of his speech, but it's been edited. When you look on Reuters, it's different. They've actually edited the speech.
Well, which bit did they take out? The Miss Piggy bit, I bet.
No.
They left that in. Oh, my God.
The most striking bit they took out was he said that he had sent Alok Sharma around the world on his peregrinations around the world. Well, what peregrinations, which means fast flights. So he sent Alok Sharma around the world, flying around trying to do deals and bits and pieces.
Yeah.
But that didn't sound very good. So if he said he was flying around when he was promoting green things, that's bad enough. but then they actually...
Maybe he meant that he actually took a peregrine falcon rather than a plane.
Well, that's where it comes from, fast flight peregrines.
Right.
But they actually edited that out of it again. And, I mean... It's completely... It's mental. That I was so ashamed. And then at the end, when he came in Miss Piggy... But in America...
It really is beyond a joke. That's the problem with him, is that he's been getting away with it his entire life. He throws in a couple of references, which he's probably looked up just before he goes on stage, and he writes them down, and he stumbles through them, tries to impress us with his knowledge of Greek fairy stories. And it's just painful. I mean, what else have they got, though? What else has he got other than this act? There isn't anything else. It just seems to be paper thin. This Paul, apart from that, what's he got?
6 kids, he admitted on American TV. He was questioned, have you got 6 kids? And he said, yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he hasn't got 8. He's got 6. Does he have 8 or 10 or 12?
Well, that's it. It's 50% true knowing him. So it's like tossing a coin. Yeah. If you know 50%, it's going to come down heads. What do you know?
I think 50% is quite a high rate of truthfulness, considering who we're talking about. Is it 6, Podge? He doesn't know. Could be either way. Brighton. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I know why now people have their radios on the background. It's like waiting for the headmaster when I'm hanging on here.
Silence at the back, boy.
Waiting in the foyer for the headmaster to come back and cane me.
Yes.
But, one of my ideas is if these people are queuing up for petrol, the ones who are doing so, do they have 200 loo rolls in the boot of their car? I reckon there's a fair chance they might.
Are toilet rolls really being snapped off the shelves again?
Well, I don't know now, but that was the original thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, the first call that I took tonight was somebody who said that he'd been to the supermarket and there weren't any toilet rolls.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, my God, here we go again.
Well, I've only got a supply of 150, so I'm fine. I'm not too bad.
Yeah,
but a question, if I can ask you, Nick, I know you don't remember a show from 2 weeks ago, and that's fair enough.
Don't remember anything.
But you get accused of being a lefty by many people for essentially...
Accused of being... You make it sound like murder. Accused of being a lefty...
No, that's not what I mean at all.
Right.
The fact that you present the show so fairly and you criticise this government because they're
fairly,
a bunch
of hopeless dopes, yes.
That, vermin in Downing Street is what I'd say, but that's a different story. But about 6 months ago, there was a character who was accusing you so much that you said that at the last election, you hadn't voted for Jeremy Corbyn.
Me?
And
that's right.
Yeah, well, that's right. Now, the fact, I am a lefty.
A lefty?
But, you sort of say, Jeremy Corbyn's a decent fella, and you make your sort of jokes about the fact that we've had Jeremy Corbyn since 2010 and how terrible it is. Oh, no, we've had, the Tories since 2010.
Yeah.
It's not a trick question, but...
what is the question?
I don't know who you did vote for, but, Jeremy Corbyn was, in my mind, a decent option. So why didn't you vote for him?
Why didn't I vote for him? I think because in the area in which I was voting, it would not have made a difference.
I'm with you.
I went greenie, baby.
Groovy.
I went for the greenies.
Yowza.
Yeah, because I actually thought, I would quite like the greenies to get a larger slice of the pie of support. So that's why I voted for them.
Yeah, well, me being in Brighton, I don't know much to say about that.
Right, exactly. Yes. Hippie.
Not a hope in hell down here in Brighton. Right. But,
all right, thanks a lot, Jim. Remember to recycle. You will remember to recycle, won't you? Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Jim texts, Nick, Bodger on Monday talking about climate change. He said, we're not counting our chickens. I thought at the time, neither am I. I've just been to the supermarket and they haven't got any. Sadly, I'm not making this up, says Jim. Justin says, it's just so unfair. I thought Jeremy Corbyn was supposed to take us back to the 1970s. Seems Bodger always has to steal the thunder. And this text says, Nick, I'm part of the perfume industry and it's shocking how many companies are pulling out of selling in the UK. To quote your words with a twist, I cannot smell the freedom. That is shocking. Perfume. We might have to do without perfume. Oh. I mean, I take a bath once a month, whether I need it or not. But some people are unhygienic.
Disgusting.
Let's have a call in Islington. Frank.
Hello?
Frank.
Hello?
Frank.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Frank.
Hello? Who's that lady in the background? I love your ideology that laughter is the best medicine.
Is that my ideology?
Could be. That laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah. I don't know. I prefer aspirin myself. Anodin Extra.
Mr. Boris Johnson's speech, I thought it was superb. I thought it was brilliant.
In what way?
I just thought he rattled on for it. I mean, nobody ever gave a speech that lasted that long. What was the guy, the American President Bush, that couldn't talk for 10 seconds? Remember him?
George Bush?
Absolutely.
Yeah, George Bush, the guy was a president of the United States.
Yes, he used to be the low watermark in presidencies until this guy came along.
Don't be rude.
That guy.
Reminded me of my brother, because my brother's British. My brother, when he comes out to me to visit me, I can't get 2 words out of him. Sounds like George Bush.
Right. Okay, then.
But I thought, I thought Boris's speech was brilliant.
You didn't hear it, did you? No.
I listened to the whole thing.
I very much doubt that. Which passage was the most brilliant?
And the Kermit... Come on, man, it's one piece. The Kermit the Frog thing I thought was icing on the cake and a little reference to Miss Piggy. I gave him 11 out of 10.
11 out of 10. That makes as much sense as anything else that you've said on this call.
And I'm a Labour voter.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Oh?
I very much doubt that. A Labour voter, he says. Liar! Don't believe you. God, there was some of that speech that was just amazing. I mean, how he has the lack of self-awareness to say this out loud. Listen to this. This is Bodger. We still cling with part of our minds to the infantile belief that the world was made for our gratification and pleasure. He actually said that out loud. We, he said, we. You mean? We still cling with part of our minds to the infantile belief that the world was made for our gratification and pleasure, and we combine this narcissism with an assumption of our own immortality. Oh my God, he's talking about himself. He said, we believe that someone else will clear up the mess we make. He is talking about himself. He said, because that is what someone else has always done. Yes, Bodger, that is what someone has always done to your mess.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He said, we trash our habitats again and again. We could ask for the evidence of any of his previous wives or girlfriends. We trash our habitats again and again with the inductive reasoning that we have got away with it so far. Wow. He actually said this out loud. We have got away with it so far, and therefore we will get away with it again, he said. Isn't that incredible? That Bodger Johnson would have the nerve to say that out loud. It's either the nerve or the complete lack of self-awareness. I mean, I'm assuming it's the latter. I imagine that he can't see beyond the end of his own magnificence and would be surprised that anybody might think that he is actually talking about himself here. It's him up and down. We still cling with parts of our minds to the infantile belief that the world was made for our gratification and pleasure. Yes.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Don't you ever. We believe that someone else will clear up the mess we make because that's what someone else has always done. Yes. Spot on, Bodge. There's a bloke I follow on Twitter called Dr. Mike Goldsworthy. He said, this is what Sigmund Freud termed projection. I did psychology at university. I know absolutely nothing about the subject, apart from Dr. Mike is completely correct in every respect. That's exactly what Siggy Freud termed projection. How can anybody be so unself-aware to say that out loud? I am stunned. Are we embarrassed yet? This anonymous text says, hey Nick, I work in a petrol station in Kent. All of my customers insisted that they were not panic buying. They were all running on red, apparently. I don't believe them. I don't believe everyone has all run out of petrol on the same day. What are the odds on that? Says that anonymous person. 3-2? 5-8? 6-9 on. I've no idea what that means. It seems very unlikely. Well, I mean, the government says don't panic. And what the people hear is...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Chris texts, Nick, I'm a petrol tanker driver on a very well-known supermarket's fuel contract, and I know the sites shut off the pumps when they are down to the last 2,000 litres, so it won't be gunk at the bottom of the tanks. They are filtered, though. People need to stop panic buying the fuel. There is no issues with us delivering, says Chris. Ain't no issues here. Stop panicking. I think, well, you're absolutely guaranteed to make people panic by telling them not to panic. I mean, would you... This government says don't panic. And you've got two options. One is trust them, and the other is go ahead and panic. I know what I've chosen. Alison texts, The Beatles. That's it. Just that. The Beatles, texts Alison. Well, that's a good point, Alison. Forest Hill. Hello, Dave.
Nick, it's great to talk to you from this side of the Atlantic for a change. I ran Priti Patel's immigration gauntlet of pain last Saturday. Show me your papers, please. And I had to get poked and prodded and swabbed up both nostrils 2 days later.
Oh, too much information.
Which was a lot of fun, let me tell you. But we were out to dinner tonight with friends at Crystal Palace, and we're driving back up London Road near Horniman Museum where there's this BP station. And the line of cars to get into this BP station stretched almost all the way down to London Road.
Yeah.
It was insane. So much so an Amazon van in front of us jumped the curb and drove on the sidewalk. to get around the traffic. And I turned to our friends from Crystal Palace we're having dinner with and said, what happened? And he just turned to me and said, Bojo the clown said there was no reason to panic.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't anybody take him at his word? Because, he's never been wrong about anything else.
And we actually did get petrol today. And there was no line. There was no queue. We went to a large supermarket, which rhymes with Painsbury's. And
Tesco?
That's it, exactly. But what shocked me was not the price of petrol or people buying petrol, was the empty supermarket shelves.
Uh-huh.
When the heck did that happen here? Because I wanted something as simple as I wanted, the granular PG Tips tea, which we can't get in America, so I hoard it and stock up on it, and we bring it back.
Wait a minute. Granular tea?
Yes.
Like instant coffee?
PG, yeah, like it's PG Tips tea. It's granular. I use it to make iced tea, and
I've never heard of that.
It's amazing.
Like coffee, amazing what, like science fiction? Hang on, wait. So this is tea in granular form, like coffee?
Yes.
Tea?
It is. Tea.
Right.
And since we can't get it in America, because Americans know nothing about tea,
apparently British people know nothing about tea if they're drinking granular tea. I mean, for crying out loud, wait a minute. How busy are people? I mean, I understand instant coffee because, if you've got to grind the beans and then you pour the beans through pour the water through the beans and it takes forever. But tea, you dunk the bag in the thing and then it's done in a minute.
But if you want to make iced tea, you have to use the tea bag. You got to use hot water, then you got to wait for it to cool. It's great for making iced tea.
Dave, nobody drinks iced tea here.
Well, there's one person here who does.
Yeah, but you're American person. Go back to where you came from.
I have that lovely contradiction. I can leave to remain.
Right. Okay, well, thanks for the bad news, Dave. Cheers,
great
mate.
Show.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. People are freaking out because Boris Johnson told them not to. Hey, Bodge, you say it best when you say nothing at all. Or as your best friend in the whole wide world would say...
Oh, shut up!
Jenny texts, oak trees are very British. What's that? So I've got four in a row here. Alison texts, the Beatles. Oh, this is British things that are still owned by Brits. Right. The Beatles. Yes, it's probably right that the remaining Beatles are owned by the Beatles. Unless, didn't Michael Jackson buy their back catalogue? Or did they buy it back? I bet there's some part of the Beatles that's not owned by the Beatles. Jonathan texts, we have the Queen, Nick. Well, of course, if you go back far enough, not that British. Jenny texts, oak trees are very British. Well, the ones that grow here are. Trees. Is that all we got left? Trees? Oh, we got loads of stuff that's British. I mean, shrubs, flora and fauna. And Paul texts an old vintage Ford Cortina. Yeah, exactly. Not Ford now. Well, never Ford. In fact, not an old vintage. Ford is not a British company. Ford's American. Granular tea. Why? Why granular tea? I mean, I don't really understand why pyramid bags. I mean, once they're wet, they're all squashed. You see the cartoon and it's swirling around. I haven't seen a TV advert in so long. I've got no idea what's actually on TV advertising. I bet nobody has. Nobody watches TV advertising. People, you're wasting your money. Advertise on radio. Better. But granular tea, I'd never heard of such a thing. Why would you want that? Okay, I understand that if you drink iced tea, you don't want to go through the folderol of having to cool your hot tea down, but we're about to get plunged into winter, and nobody drinks iced tea here anyway. I just don't understand. What's it for? What problem is it solving? Granular tea. Jim says, I'm in Australia and was shocked to see my HP sauce is made in the Netherlands. I thought maybe it was just the suffering here, but got my sister to check and she says it's the same in England. Thought maybe it was just the suffering here. Offering, perhaps? I don't know. Check your emails before you send. It's the same in England. In the Netherlands, in Dutch Holland, they make it.
Want to score some pot?
No, thank you. Gary says, Nick, JCB is the only remaining British motor company. I'm ordering my digger right now. Yeah, okay. Dagenham, hello, Jackson.
Hello, Nick. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't we often told that if you tax corporations, they'll leave the country?
Yes.
Well, Boris Johnson went to speak to Jeff Bezos to ask him to pay more tax.
Yeah, sure he did.
And yes, and what did Jeff Bezos said?
I
think he gave him the middle finger, didn't he?
Well, he probably doesn't hear normal humans speak. He looks like an alien, Jeff Bezos. Maybe it's just that amount of money does something weird to your face. It certainly seems to do something weird to your personality, because all of those billionaire types, they all seem to be a bit strange. Maybe it's the being strange part that makes them a billionaire in the first place, perhaps.
And so the upshot of it is that Jeff Bezos said, well, I'm not going to pay more taxes out of charitable sentiment. You have to make me pay it.
Yeah.
In other words, change the laws.
Right.
And it seems like a non-classically trained businessman has made a classically trained politician look like an idiot. And I don't understand why Keir Starmer at the next PMQs doesn't say, well, Mr. Prime Minister, Jeff Bezos has challenged you to put up taxes. Mm-hmm. And so what are you going to do about it, Mr. Prime Minister?
Yeah, nothing.
And I think this is a... so I was going to say poor of the Labour Party in not picking up what happened in New York and say, look,
yes,
you've got to put up...
Yeah, the head of the Labour Party needs to be smashing the Conservative to bits on a daily basis.
Daily basis.
Dismantling them to their constituent parts and then stomping them into the dirt on a daily basis.
I mean, look at Insulate Britain. If I was Keir Starmer, I would completely bring them in and have a meeting and say, right, this is our policy to tackle climate change, or to tackle more specifically insulating Britain. And as a result, insulating Britain say, right, we've got commitments from Keir Starmer, we're now going to stop our demonstrations. What Keir Starmer can then do is, come the next general election, he can say, I'm the one who kept the main arteries of this country clear because you, Mr. Prime Minister, didn't want to face the challenges of Insulate Britain. There are so many open goals.
I know what you're saying, but that's probably not one of them. There are bigger open goals than that tight little space. But we are in agreement that the Labour Party should be doing a lot better. And just take the gloves off. Stop being so nice and reasonable, Keir Starmer. Yeah, thanks a lot, Jackson. 0345 6060 973. And if he maybe spent less time putting gel in his hair...
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Stuart emails, Nick, I own a British car. It's called a Wolseley 6110. I imagine that's how you pronounce it. He says, but it was built in 1967. Sadly, my life's just nostalgia of what we used to make. Is that still going, that car company, Wolseley? I used to pass their showroom up by sort of northwest London. going to where this station used to be. I used to pass it on a regular basis, and there was no one ever in it. Ever. There was no one ever in it. I don't know if they're still going. If I had to guess one way or the other, I'd assume no. And furthermore...
No.
Let's have a call in Q. Hello, Lily.
Hello, Nick.
Lily.
Hi. Just while I was waiting, I put a list of British stuff.
Yes.
Kew Gardens. Hello. And I'll run through a few. Quality Street, Red Post Boxes, Monty Don, Coronation Street.
Wait a minute. Who makes Quality Street?
British people. Oh, God.
British
did I get
that people. Oh, well, you should have said British people. I'm not sure it's owned by a British company. I'd be prepared to accept evidence to the contrary, but I doubt it.
Damn, in foil. All right, then. Scratch that one. Yeah. Monty Don, Coronation Street.
Well, you can't say that we own Monty Don. Britain doesn't own Monty Don.
Friday nights, I think we own Monty Don.
Okay,
BBC Two. All right, and then quickly, what else did I have? I can't read that. Britpop, Tate Gallery, and Ian Jury. Anyway, that wasn't what I called up about.
Right.
Also, have you noticed that the only thing there's no shortage of is stories about shortages?
Yes, that is a good point. Yes, we've got a glut of stories about shortages. Yes, our shelves are stacked with information about empty shelves.
It's true, actually. And, I'm working for a Dutch company at the moment, and we had this little thing in the evening on Friday, a thing about, what do they call it, a Zoom call, just end-of-day drinks. And I was telling them about the shortages, and they all said, we don't have that because we didn't leave the EU. Ha!
Yeah, har, har.
Anyway, the real thing I rang about was, do you remember the 80s kids show called Pigeon Street? There was a character in it called Long Distance Clara. And I'm surprised no one's really picked up on this, because she was ahead of her time. She was a woman, and she was a long-distance lorry driver. And I think if ever there was a time to get people back into the industry with a well-loved children's character, it is now, and they should just get Long Distance Clara back. She even had a nice little theme tune to go with it.
Please don't sing it. I have no idea what you're talking about. What year is that?
But do you remember in the 80s, Pigeon Street? It was a kids' show.
No, I wasn't watching kids' shows in the 1980s. I was almost a grown-up in the 1980s.
Oh, right.
I'm almost a grown-up now.
Funny. There was one other thing I had. There was some royal story in the news which gives me a nice little lead into what I wanted to say, which is there's a show called The Windsors, and it's a bit opposite you. And I know you don't do homework,
no,
so I did it for you.
Thanks.
And it starts at 7:30 and it finishes in about a month. But honestly, I remember you said about Jasper Carrot, how you fell off the chair or something.
Yeah.
And honestly, I went to see The Windsors, and I just couldn't stop laughing all day. And it really, I think you'd really enjoy it. And it's only like...
Isn't that with...
It's 100 yards from you.
Oh, right, OK. Well, but yes, I mean, maybe 100 yards from me, but it's also probably £250 for a ticket.
No, it's not. It's about 20. Honestly, you get them on the day, 20. I've seen them even cheaper than that. And honestly, Nick, you really, so it starts at 7:30.
Yes.
2-hour run, finishes at 9:30. You'd be back in time for a cup of tea and start the show.
Well, now, is there an interval?
Possibly. Yes, I think there is.
Right.
But the 2 hours is the running time.
2 hours is way too long to sit there without an interval.
No, it's with the interval. There's an interval. It's 2 hours.
Then.
So you finish at 9:30.
Right.
But really, honestly, and they've got all the twisted vowel sounds. They say things like heist and mice instead of house and mouse. And also, they call her Muggan, which I couldn't understand. But just now you said Americans. So maybe it's the funny E's, They call her Muggan, Megan.
Right. Well,
yeah.
I have absolutely no idea about any of that. But isn't it got Harry?
Exactly. He's got Harry Enfield.
Harry Enfield.
And I thought also you'd really like it as a double whammy. Is it's got a bit where I'm not, because there's so much stuff in it. I'm not spoiling anything. But Prince Charles is about to die. And they said the only way you can.
Well, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
No. There's loads of other. And he
no. You. I don't want to know. Don't tell us.
But it's got the Boris
Don't
on the
tell
wire
us.
thing. Oh, right, I won't tell you. But
you're going to tell me anyway. You see, when people know something that you don't, particularly about a TV show or something like that, you just can't stop them telling you because they have this information, or it's a joke, or there's something that I know something you don't know, and you can't prevent them from telling you. You'll say, no, I don't want to know. And they say, no, I'll just tell you this bit. No, Lily, hear me.
No.
No. But you are absolutely right and completely correct in every respect. We do still have Ian Dury. Yes, we do. Thanks a lot, Lily. Are you from Essex, by the way? In case I couldn't tell. 0345 6060 973. Stuart email. Oh, I read that. Simon says, when I was a lad in 1973, I remember only having heat in the living room with candles burning. We made our own bread and the telly finished at 10:30. The general strike makes this current situation seem like nothing. We've gone soft, says Simon. Well, that is true. Yeah, we have gone soft, yeah. Well, I don't know. Is that true? I mean, we older people like to convince themselves that they're much stronger and more resilient than the bunch of wet paper bags who have succeeded them. But I don't really buy that. I think that the kids have been unfairly maligned. Hey, kids, wake up. You're being spoken about. Put your phones down. Just for 1 second. Do yourselves a favour. Mary texts, when the lights go out, the Brexiters need not worry, as Boris will be there to gaslight them into further dark. None of that makes sense. I'm trying to edit it as I read it. She says, when the lights go out, the Brexiteers need not worry, as Boris will be there to gaslight them into further the dark! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Which implies that she really, really means that. Mike, I mean, people are sending me one sentence. You can't even look at the one sentence before you send it. Just check your work. You fail. You get an A star. Apparently, everybody must get prizes. Mike emails, Boris's speech was appalling, but leave him alone. He was doing his best. Oh, he's so lovely.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
God, it's vomitous. Cindy says, hi Nick, I'd vote Green because of Caroline Lucas and would be my luck she'd lose her seat or something. She instills hope and excitement for me, says Cindy. Wow. Hope and excitement. Well, you can't beat that, can you? Okay. This one says, it's got milk in as well. What's got milk in? Oh, tea. Granular, just add water. It's okay when desperate, says this anonymous emailer. Really? So granular tea, part of the granules is the milk. Under what circumstances would you want to consume this product? I mean, I get that coffee, because I grind the beans while the kettle is boiling so as not to waste any time when I have coffee. And I put it in a jug and I do the plunger and the whole thing, and it probably takes about 5 minutes from start to finish. But who is too busy to make tea? You boil the kettle, you put the bag in, you wait, 10, 15 seconds, take the bag out, because, otherwise...
Disgusting.
You don't want stewed tea. Ugh. You take it out, and you're all done in about, 1 minute flat. But some people are apparently too busy for that, and they're also too busy to add milk. Who is too busy to add milk to tea? I really fervently hope that they're not advertising this product in this next break. If they are, I would like to go on record as saying it is a delicious alternative to slow tea. Seriously, you should try it. 8 out of 10 readers recommend it. And 8 out of 10 cats that expressed a preference. Jackie texts, Scottish water is publicly owned. Must be all the rain that we get here, says Jackie. Yes, Scottish water is publicly owned. Where's the owner of England and Wales water? I've got no idea, but if gas and electricity is anything to go by, it'll be French and German and Spanish. Or it could be just some bloke called Bogdan who lives in Estonia who owns our water. He also runs a pet shop. Steph texts, Long Island tea is made a lot quicker with granular tea. It doesn't really make up for the nonsense, though, says Steph. Steph, you don't know what you're talking about. Long Island... Are you talking about Long Island iced tea? There's no tea in Long Island iced tea. It looks like tea, so that people in Prohibition era could have an alcoholic beverage while it just looked like they were drinking iced tea. But I think you'll find that it is almost totally...
booze.
Yeah, I think there's gin, vodka, tequila, and white rum. With, I would say, the juice of a lemon, lots of ice, and top it up with some cola. And I'll have 3 of those. Thanks. Chris says, petrol shortage. If only there was a power source delivered to my... Oh, right, smug electric car owner. Yeah, right. This says, good evening. Good evening. I'm a courier driver, and this is what we receive from the boss. Quotes. Evening, guys. Due panic buying. A lot of fuel stations are running out or have run out of fuel. Please make sure you fill up when you can. Running out of diesel cannot be an excuse to drop the round. Thanks. No, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If running out of fuel is not an excuse to not complete your round. Nice. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. I'm enjoying your programme as ever. Thank you.
I'm enjoying your park.
Ah, okay, good.
I went to Regent's Park for probably the first time since I used to live in Baker Street and walk to the Euston Tower, where Capital Radio used to be in the 1970s. I used to work at the top of Euston Tower for a summer when I was doing work experience at university. And that was the only time that I think I've ever walked through Regent's Park. And so it's like a new park to me. I can't believe that I've been living in London this long and Regent's Park is unknown to me. So I went there this week. God, it's absolutely fantastic.
It is fantastic, isn't it? And at the top of it, in the northeast corner, there's London Zoo.
No.
When we have our bedroom window open, and if we're awake at 5:30 in the morning, we can actually hear the elephants bellowing for their breakfast.
Yeah, I bet. No, and the smell of it, overwhelming, I would imagine. In the bottom, in the southeast corner at the moment, they've got a free sculpture exhibition, which is excellent.
Oh, that's right, yes. I mean to go there this weekend.
Yeah, do it.
Thanks for reminding me, yeah. Nick, I'm really phoning to answer the question of why there's all this panic buying. I mean, surely the things that Bodger says have driven people mad, and that's why we're panic buying everything, petrol, toilet rolls and stuff. I mean, look at his UN speech. He said, it's easy to be green.
Yeah.
And he also said one thing that he really liked about the climate agenda is, and I quote this, I do think we have a critical problem for the earth and the way we live, but I think it also gives us the chance to do something beautiful. I mean,
what is he talking about?
What vomit is that? And when we see this completely delusional man who has no understanding of science or technology saying it's easy to solve our climate problems just because a Greek dude 2,500 years ago called us awesome. I mean, it's nuts.
You only know what the government is doing in which direction the government is moving when they tell you they're moving in the opposite direction. If they say we're heading north, then plot a route to the south.
Yeah, that's right. Just two other things, Nick, if I may. Granular tea. It's very popular in Chinatown right now.
Is it?
And I know because my partner is Chinese and he works in Chinatown, and they use bubble tea to make. They use granular tea to make bubble tea.
What's bubble tea?
Bubble tea is a cold type of tea with sorts of bits of tapioca floating in it.
Oh my God!
And all sorts of flavouring, and you drink it up a straw.
I won't.
And it's really popular in China.
I won't have it. I don't like it.
I don't blame you. And one other thing, if I may, I drive a 1965 Wolseley Hornet Mark III, and it's a dream.
Now, do they still make those cars?
No, they stopped making them about 30 years ago, actually.
No way, really?
Yeah, yeah. They haven't made them for ages, for decades. Right. But it's great. I love it. So
those old cars, the Wolseleys, don't look like any other car on the road, do they? They have their special sort of look to them, kind of clunky and...
Yeah, that's right. And they're temperamental, and, occasionally it won't start, so I just kick it, and then it usually starts again.
Right.
So... easy to drive.
Yeah, that also works for human beings. I mean, if they don't start, just kick them. That's what Priti Patel says. All right, thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Damien texts, I think the American caller meant loose tea, not granular, i.e. what you get from a tea bag if you cut it open. No, loose tea is what you get before you put it in the tea bag. Wow, that's a sign, isn't it? I mean, we've got so far away from what tea is supposed to be. I mean, we're supposed to be a tea-drinking country. Tea is not proper tea if it comes from a tea bag. I mean, I don't care one way or the other. If I'm having tea, I'll have it from a tea bag. But loose tea is not what you get when you cut a tea bag open. Loose tea is what you put into a tea bag. Anyway, he says, there is instant tea like instant coffee, but I haven't seen it in the UK for years, says Damien. Loose tea. No, I don't think that's what Americans would use. They wouldn't use loose tea, would they? Kate says, Nick, have you heard? Our Gav is reportedly being considered for a gong. Promotion to the House of Lords. You couldn't make it up. Unbelievable. Give that man a gong. Not bong. Gong, Gav. I imagine that he's being ennobled for keeping secrets. Keeping your head down, not making any sudden moves or waves. No waves. What an absolute shower. We left the European Union so that we could stop being run by unelected bureaucrats. And it turns out that we have ended up being run by unelected bureaucrats. Who could have seen that coming? This says, hi Nick, people have got to stop panicking. I just finished 10 hours of delivering for Amazon and I found out there's no fuel on 7 stations. Me and my partner work for a big online supermarket, and us and many of our colleagues travel to work 15 to 20 miles. We work 6 or 7 days a week because we're feeding the nation. Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Never on furlough, he says. So please excuse us if your shopping or your parcel will be cancelled. We don't have the fuel to get to work. Stop panicking, said Boris Johnson. And everybody said... and immediately did the opposite. Well, that's the problem with a leader whose word you cannot trust. Just do an internet search on Boris Johnson lies and see how many results come up. Go on, I double dare you. Do it right now. I would, but, I don't like doing homework. I'm allergic to it. Plus, I don't want to, so there's that. Let's have a call in Sutton. Tony.
Oh, hello. Hi, Nick. All right?
Yes, thanks.
Good show. I just want to know, I've got something in my kitchen that's British made.
What?
This is going to sound a bit boring. It's a white night tumble dryer. It's got a Union Jack on it, and it says "Made in the UK." How about that?
How old is that?
It's still relatively new. I bought it they're still making them. I bought it about a year ago, and it's still going strong.
Really?
Really. You can get them from Argos or wherever. You can search online.
Other stores are available. White Knight. I'm unfamiliar with their products. I'm sure they're excellent in every regard.
Yeah, they are, yeah. Also, Nick, while you're on, remember a while back a chap film, and I think it's a brilliant film. I know you think it's a good film as well.
Of course it is.
I've got another film that you might be interested in. It's called The Book of Eli, starring Denzel Washington. And also, there's a couple of films he's done, The Equalizer as well. So
The Book of Eli, well, what's it about?
It's set sort of a post-apocalypse sort of type thing.
Oh my God! Not another one of these.
Well, no,
films.
it's not as bad. It's not as bad as the one you're thinking of that you normally talk about. This one is quite good. Do look it up, and also
I won't.
And The Equalizer. He plays the Equalizer. He brought out two films, 1 and 2. Do if you get a chance to view them. They are good films. I've got quite a big collection.
I'm only interested in great films, Tony. Good. I'll get to good when I've gone through great. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Tony. 0345 6060 973. Did you hit the dump button there?
Yes.
Did you? Why was that? What did I miss? Don't say it.
It's a naughty word.
Was it? How naughty?
Naughty.
On a scale of 1 to 10?
5 or 6.
5 or 6? Oh my God, I just missed a 5 or 6 out of 10 naughty word.
Warning!
I am out of control. In the break-off, you're going to have to say it. Now, maybe you want to write it down and slip it to me on a piece of paper if you don't want to, actually form the word with your mouth. But one way or the other, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Don't you worry about that. To call him Bromley. Hello, Joe.
Hello, mate.
Joe.
Hello, mate. Petrol. Lovely, isn't it? I mean, where I live, at the top of my road, there's a BP Select, and it's always busy, even in the good days, always busy, because we're all buying bread, butter, milk. It's a petrol station. I want to fill my tank up.
Yes.
But you sit and wait for ages. Okay, that's a given. But now I've gone up the top of the road, and it is tailback to the end of the earth. Don't panic. Yeah. And what's the first thing everybody does straight away?
Panic.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have we heard this? We had this with COVID, didn't we? Don't. That guy in Australia that went out and bought 100, toilet roll bags.
Right.
Got his receipt, went back later when it calmed down a bit and said, can I have my money back? The manager said, no, you can't have it. No, mate, you bought them. Yeah. They're yours.
Second-hand toilet rolls? No, thank you.
Say that. Do you know what I mean? How crazy is it that we once ran an empire and now we can't buy a gallon of petrol, the gas is going to run out, but don't worry about that. Don't panic. Don't panic. What is going on? I mean, is Boris either that clueless, that inept, that powerless that he can't run a country?
Well, clueless and inept, yes, I'll be on board with that, but is he powerless? No, he has an enormous amount of power. It's just whether he'll use it for good or not is, we don't really know. I mean...
the man has got to sort something out because, I'm an old boy, well retired and all that garbage, but at the end of the day, you've got to look at it and go, please get on with the job. Yeah. Everybody's saying we haven't got this, we haven't got that, we've got no money, we're running out of this, families, him and her are working, him and him are working, she and she are working, whatever. They're working and they still qualify for benefits. What is going on? The fundamental is very, very, very simple. it's all right, prices rising through the sky, but if wages don't follow, we know where we're going to end up, don't we?
Well, wages are going up, and they're probably going up at an unsustainable rate because the prices haven't hit the people in the pocket yet. The price rises haven't sort of worked their way through the system yet, but when they do, then people will start to complain.
But they say, they're saying things like, we have lorry drivers, so get some lorry drivers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Joe, the one problem that is either causing or exacerbating all of the above is the one thing that they cannot admit is causing a problem. So if you can't admit what the problem actually is, you can't deal with it. This is why they're refusing to bring lorry drivers in. They're refusing to bring enough workers to work on farms, to work in food processing and caring and all of these other occupations that are desperate for the workers that have left because we screamed at them for 5 years that we didn't want them here anymore. If you admit that Brexit, there it is, I've said it, is part of or the problem, then you can do something about it. But they will not admit that. They can't because it's the only thing they've got. I mean, what else do they actually stand for apart from let's get Brexit done? I mean, anything? Can you think of anything? Don't say levelling up because please.
Well, I mean, me as an old boy, yeah, I voted for Brexit. Not ashamed of it, not proud of it. I voted for Brexit because I assumed that there was some common sense that could rule that would give those who voted, in my particular case, for out. I wanted sovereignty back.
But that's a completely meaningless phrase. You didn't vote to get sovereignty back. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just one of those catchphrases, those buzzwords that people just throw out. Meaningless.
Nick, that's a fair comment, and you're always known to be fair. But the fact of the matter is fundamentally very simple.
Right.
Fundamentally very simple.
Mm-hmm.
When you vote for something, you vote for a premise. You vote for a belief.
Yes,
you vote for something that you wish to occur.
Right, and you were lied to, Joe.
Well, of course.
Over and over and over again.
And sadly, me, like so many millions of other people, I'm sure.
You took it on face value.
And thinking, well, what was all that about?
Right.
I have a daughter who lives in Spain, who loves the Spanish culture, who wishes to be part of the EU. Dad, what have you done? Dad, what have you done?
Yeah, what have you done, Dad?
Well, but that's what we do, isn't it? I mean, we believe what we believe in, and we react accordingly.
You believe against all the evidence to the contrary, all of the promises and like fantasies that were sold to you as reasons for voting to leave the European Union. Meanwhile, practically every expert on Earth was telling you not to do it, but you did it anyway.
But a belief is a belief, is it not? I mean, what is?
I think you've got it.
Why are we now believing in a government? Well, all right, some of us are, a lot of us may not be. But you have to look. We can't have, if you like, a total situation of anarchy. We have to believe in something. And we have to have leaders.
But believing in Brexit is like a religion because it doesn't bear up to any scrutiny. There is no logic to it. It's just belief of a fantastical tomorrow. I mean, and each promise just falls by the wayside, but people won't admit it. They won't admit that they've been had because, like I keep saying, it's too much loss of face and too much loss of hope. That's the important part. They're pinning their hopes and dreams that the people that were holding them back from achieving their potential if they could just leave, then everything would be all right. And they left, and everything is just as predicted by people who are saying no, don't vote, leave. Just as predicted. I mean, it's blooming obvious, isn't it? There's shortages in all of the professions that we used to rely on foreigners to do. Joe, I appreciate it, but thanks for that. And don't do it again. Promise me you won't do it again. Greg says, I can see my local garage here in Milton Keynes from my bedroom window, and the crazies are still queuing for petrol. Wow. Are you kidding? Crazies? It's almost midnight. Derek says, there's a TV advert featuring Johnny Depp for a perfume product called Sauvage. On an advertising panel on a bus stop, somebody blanked out the letter V and replaced it with the letter S. Making sausage. That's funny. I mean, normally I don't appreciate vandalism, but in this case I'm going to make an exception. Sausage. Douse yourself with the great smell of sausage. Smear it all over. Mike emails, working my way through Starmer's 11,500-word essay. So far, no mistakes. It just takes ages when you keep falling asleep, says Mike. 11,500 words. I'd say that's about 11,000 words too many. Can you pray see it for us, Keir?
No.
Apparently not. Paul texts, I watched Grant Shapps last night on Question Time and I heard promises and waffle. That's going to be the Conservative Party's slogan at their conference. Promises and waffle. He says, Shapps was on the same panel as the head of Iceland. I imagine he's talking about the supermarket and not the country. He was on the same panel as the head of Iceland, the supermarket, I assume, and practically ignoring what he was suggesting. So people working in the industry have less knowledge than an MP. I mean, how many times have the government been told that there's a shortage of lorry drivers over and over and over again? And they've been told by logistics firms, and they've been told by supermarkets and food chains and absolutely everybody that's concerned with this business. And the government is just shaking its head going, no, we know best. And the reason that they know best, that they're not going to fix this problem, is because it's to do with Brexit. And they can't admit that Brexit is giving us anything other than happiness and joy. So you can't admit what the problem is, means that you can't fix the problem. Anyway, Paul says, Angela Rayner did a good job ripping the Deputy PM to shreds while Mr Starmer wrote an essay. Yes, she did. Meanwhile, we have the PM ruining Kermit the Frog's reputation. I'm losing the will to stay sane, says Paul. Yeah, you and me both. That was embarrassing. And you could see the both the confusion and the fear in Boris Johnson's eyes as he was waffling on about Kermit the Frog. God, what a muppet. And the confusion and the fear was that these lines would normally get a laugh when he's, addressing his usual audience, which would be his fans. The stuff that he comes out with, this, all that stuff that he comes out with, his act, that normally gets laughs. And you could see his brains sort of melting down. He's dying on stage at the UN because he's not addressing an audience of his fans. These are serious people, and he's treating them like children. It's because his audience normally reacts to him as do children. Just so delighted to be in the dear leader's presence. They're practically laughing before he's taking the stage, ordinarily. Not there, grown-ups. Trev text, Nick, Clara Norton was the lady lorry driver in Pigeon Street. Yeah, I've still got no idea what any of that is. I missed children's television from about 1975 onwards. Weller tweets, just on the route to work, and I've seen one of these digital motorway signs saying M25 Clackett Lane services, no fuel. And then he says, he spelt it out for us, but that's pretty much what he means by that. M25 Clackett Lane services, no fuel. I saw a fuel sign outside a petrol station coming here that said a litre of petrol is now £1.47. What? You've got to be kidding me. It was $1.33 last week when I filled up. Blackburn, hello, Paul.
Hello, how are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Right, I've uncovered some interesting stuff here.
Oh, yes.
About the gas, of course, we're all facing massive hikes in our gas prices.
Yes.
And one of the reasons might be that we store less gas than most other countries.
For most other countries.
More gas, and let's face it, the energy companies have been making billions over the years, then maybe we could cope with such shocks in the market.
Yes, people have been telling the government for, a decade or more that we don't store enough gas, and the government has said...
No.
No, the government has said, we know best.
We store 8.9 terawatt hours, as opposed to the Netherlands, which is a smaller country than us, and they store 76.8 terawatt hours.
Right, see, nobody knows what a terawatt is, but in English...
a trillion watts for an hour.
Nobody knows what that is either. In ordinary person's language, we store about 5 days' worth of supply.
That's right, yeah.
France and Germany, meanwhile, who are run by grown-ups, they store about 3 months' supply.
Yeah. So why hasn't the government put pressure on the energy companies to store more?
The government seems to think that if it is required, then the market will provide it, which seems to be their attitude to absolutely everything. If people require it, then leave it to the market. The market knows best. No, it doesn't. The market will act in its short-term interest, and building a giant storage facility for the future, something that may come along, like a problem that may come along in 10 years, is not of interest to private enterprise. That is the job of government. That's what they're there for.
Yeah. So it's total mismanagement, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I mean, early on, your consumer... your person was saying that the customers whose companies fail are going to be put onto special
measures
deals.
Special measures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Special measures. But also, the companies are going to get some money from the government to take on more customers.
Well, here's the thing with... Yeah, go on.
The big companies are going to win big time, aren't they?
Of course they will.
With a monopoly as well.
Correctamundo. Thanks for the bad news, Paul. Yeah, I mean, they talk about, the government keeps going on about, of course, the price cap. You know, they just keep throwing this price cap. The price cap. Don't worry about a thing because the price cap. Well, that's all well and good until the price goes up so much that companies can't afford to give you gas or presumably electricity, for the amount of the price cap. So then they start losing money, which is what we've got at the moment. And companies are starting to go out of business. Come to find out that some energy companies are being run by teenagers out of their parents' bedroom. I can't believe it. And they're making millions and millions and millions of pounds. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I am stunned. Meanwhile, France owns its own electricity and gas providers. In fact, they own them so much that they own ours as well. Sold off for short-term gain. Not for you and me, but for, a few people that were already staggeringly rich. They got even richer under a Conservative administration. Isn't that incredible? No. It's just that, I mean, really. I just give up. 0345 6060 973. And once the price cap is it becomes unprofitable for companies to sell at that amount, the government will just raise the price cap. It'll get raised probably at the end of this month, and it'll get raised next spring, and it might get raised again in the summer, and they'll just raise it to an amount that the companies can be profitable again, because otherwise the system doesn't work. So keep trumpeting on about the price cap. Oh, we're most concerned about the consumer. Sure they are. Right, because the price cap. But that bloke was right. We had an opportunity to fix the pathetically small amount of gas that we store. We had the chance to solve it for decades now, and no government has done anything about it. There's a bloke called George Grant of Stag Energy. He said he tried and failed to get support for a gas storage facility called the Gateway Project just off Barrow-in-Furness. He says the proposal was for a salt cavern gas storage facility in what's been acknowledged by the British Geological Survey as the best salt structure for such a service in the UK. He said it was about 12 miles off the coast. You create caverns within the salt, and it's a very good medium to store gas. Huh. Who knew? Isn't this show educational?
No.
He said, but he gave up on getting the project to go ahead. He said the government, in their wisdom, chose to run with the just-in-time approach, which seems to be their approach to everything. Just wait until something is a catastrophic emergency, and then do something. Absolutely everything seems to take this government by surprise, doesn't it? I mean, just everything. I'm amazed that they're not stunned when the sun comes up in the morning. Paul, I didn't expect that. Paul! He says there is on an annual basis plenty of gas around the world and lots of liquid gas being shipped around, but the challenge we're seeing at the moment is a confluence of events, including low wind production and the subsequent high demand for gas, and supplies being drawn into China, and the fertiliser plants going off, and etc. and so on. As a result, there's a shortage of supply, and prices have risen accordingly. They've risen more here than anywhere else. He says additional storage in the UK would certainly have helped in this situation. I mean, we'd still be looking at high gas prices, but it would have helped. But no, we're always, it seems, teetering on the edge of catastrophe and crossing our fingers and hoping for the best. Lorraine texts, "Hi Nick, as fuel is rationed and I don't drive, can I sell the fuel I could buy if I had a car? Can you sell phantom fuel on eBay?" says Lorraine. Wow, that sounds like the sort of financial finagling that somebody working in Megabank would dearly love to hear about. So you're going to sell fuel that doesn't exist and that you haven't bought yet at some price that you're going to set in the future. That does sound like some sort of excellent financial finagling there you got going on, Lorraine. I would alert a big bank that you've cracked it and you'll be teetering at the top of a pyramid scheme before you know it. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Crawley Bart. Wow.
Hello.
There's an echo, Anna. Echo. Yes,
yeah,
Bart.
there's an echo.
Yes, Bart.
Okay. I've got 4 subjects to talk about.
4?
Donald Trump. Well, you choose one.
Okay. Do you want to take that call?
Not really. That's why they're calling you.
Not really.
Oh, it's LBC.
Yes. Wait a minute.
Donald Trump.
Hang on a minute. We're calling you.
Yeah, you're calling me on the other number.
On the other number, right. Can we speak to you on the other number?
Do you want to speak to me on the other number?
I think I prefer to speak... Yeah, no, I prefer to speak to you on the other number. Can we call him on the other number?
It doesn't speak. It doesn't ring.
It doesn't ring?
It stopped ringing.
It stopped ringing. Right.
The lady that was talking to me before...
Yes.
She must have hung up.
Oh, she hung up on you? Right, in fury,
I think
probably.
so.
She was just angry. Just slammed the phone down.
Well, she wasn't very nice before, so I don't know. I tried like 7 times. Managed.
Right. Well, okay, I tell you what, let's speak to you on this line. Go ahead, Bart.
Yes. I got 4 subjects. Donald Trump, vaccines, worker shortage in the UK, driver shortage.
Yeah.
Well, and a petrol station, yeah?
Right.
So, Are we okay to choose one?
One. You want me to choose it, or are you going to choose yourself?
Can you choose one? I'm good for all of them.
Can I have subject number 3, please?
Shortages, yeah?
Yeah.
Drivers, workers, yeah?
Right.
Well, I'm actually a foreigner, yeah? Well,
Are
or
you?
immigrant,
I would not have
how do
guessed
you call that?
Foreigner, yeah, foreigner.
Foreigner is the word we can use these days?
I believe it's an accurate one. Foreigner, yes?
Okay. But how are you foreigner if you're here 16 years? Are you still a foreigner?
If you've been here 60 years.
16.
Oh, 16. 16, no, absolutely, totally,
So
indefinitely.
still foreigner, yeah?
Still
I'm
a foreigner, yeah.
All right, then. Well, okay, then.
Mind you,
So yeah, I'm still...
Can't tell from your accent that you come from somewhere else. You really have dropped any hint of a foreign accent.
Well, where do you think I'm from, then? You got 3 guesses.
3 guesses, okay.
Go on.
India.
It's not that hard.
Huh?
No, it's not India.
Pakistan.
No!
Spain.
Pretty close. No, Poland.
Like I said, Poland.
No, you didn't.
I think I did.
But okay, I'll give you that one then. Okay, but you were far off. But it means that I assimilated a lot over the 16 years, so people can't tell where I'm from then.
Right.
Anyway, yeah. So the worker shortage. I mean, it's so easy to tell. I mean, what did you expect to happen? I mean, like.
Do you mean to, well, yes, they are. Do you mean to say that we spent 5 years yelling at foreigners to go home, and they did? And now we're thinking, well, no, hang on a minute, come back, we need you.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's really simple, yeah? But, I mean, we're still here, some of us. However, most of us just gone.
Yeah.
And I don't really think they're going to come back.
If I were them, I wouldn't be even contemplating coming back. Why would you come back? Come back to a country that's just been screaming at you for 5 years to get out, and now in our desperation is saying, "Oh, please come back. We didn't mean it."
but you're not actually saying that yet. You're still pretending you're not.
No, I think the people that are actually running things, people that, farmers and slaughterhouse workers and hotels and, they do have a big voice. And, supermarkets and logistics companies and all of the companies that make the country tick over, they're all saying the same thing. And the government is saying, no, the government knows best. What they mean by that is that the government's fans don't want the concept of fewer foreigners to disappear on the wind like a bad smell. They want to feel that fewer foreigners will bring them this promised idyll. But it won't. But they can't admit that it won't because it'd be too much loss of face and loss of hope. So we're stuck with it.
Look, being here so long, I can completely understand the reason of people being sort of like, I'm happy with so many people coming over. It's normal. That's just the human nature. You can't change that. But now nobody's going to say, maybe some of them could stay, some of them could go.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to say okay, we were wrong. They should have stayed.
No.
We needed them.
No one's going to say that. Like I said, too much loss of face, too much loss of hope.
So what's next then? What's the solution?
Well, I think that this
Where
country,
we go from now?
because
I'm still here.
Right, you're still here.
Yeah.
You lived through Shirley Temple, and you're here. Everybody sing.
Rock and roll.
I think that our future is that of a slowly deflating balloon. If that's any help.
There, you and central London, all good, no problems, yeah? What do you say to people queuing up in the petrol stations now?
I'd say, can you please...
You probably don't even drive that much. You don't even care.
No, I do care.
I'm not saying this in, you know what I mean? People in London don't drive much.
They do. Are you kidding me? People drive all the time in London. In fact, the traffic in London this week, I've been out and about in London this week, and it's been mad, the traffic.
Okay. Well, wait till October when there's the extension of the ULEZ or useless.
Yeah.
What was it that comes in? Yeah.
Is it October? Right.
October, I think it is. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, people in London they try to commute different methods, but everyone outside is just driving, like school runs and I don't know to
the supermarket.
So
down to the shops to get your hair cut. Yeah, drive everywhere.
All the panic shopping they got to do before Christmas.
Of course. Yeah. They take a car to the end of their driveway to get the bins in.
So what do we do now?
Well, we could walk. Try walking once in a while.
Nobody's going to walk in here.
Huh?
There's nobody walking yet. No, but...
Well, can I interest you in a skateboard? How about roller skates? Would be... well, you'd look fantastic on a pair of pink roller skates, Bart. Do you mind if I say that?
Well, I suppose, but what are other people going to think about it? They won't take you serious. You should come up with a serious...
They won't take you seriously. Well, if people aren't taking you seriously, then you could always fall back on running a country.
Yeah. Wait.
Exactly. Here, Bart, I've got to go, but thanks for that, whatever that was. 0345. He didn't manage to get around to Donald Trump either.
Oh, shut up!
I'm sure he had something juicy to say. Will emails. Granular tea sounds ideal for hiking and mountaineering. Always looking for foods that save weight. Tea bags? You're going to ditch tea bags to save weight? Are you kidding me? That can't be it. Nicola emails. My aunt voted Brexit. Now she says she didn't. She's lying. Your aunt lying?
Liar!
She just will not admit she was wrong, says Nicola. I'm not queuing for petrol. I want a prawn sandwich. From a garage? Oh. I find it deeply annoying, by the way, that people fill up with petrol, they leave their car by the pumps, and then they go and do their weekly shop. Whoever came up with the idea of the supermarket being in the same place as a petrol station is an idiot. Because what do people do? They just leave their car there. Can you get any fuel? No, because they're busy doing their weekly shop. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Darius texts, fish and chips and Peppa Pig. Presumably in answer to my question, God, it seems like so long ago. Is there anything that you associate with being British that is actually still British? He says, fish and chips and Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. What is that? What is Peppa Pig?
It's a sweet from Marks and Spencer's.
Oh, well, then I don't like it. Now, is it a sweet because it used to be a cartoon character? Or is it a cartoon character because that's what they went with? I don't care. That's the most important part of this. That's what you should keep in mind. I don't care. Anyway, Darius says there must be a few more things still British too. Surely. Yeah, but we can't think of them though. So they don't count. If after 2.5 hours of concentrated thought you still can't come up with anything, then that means we ain't got nothing no more. Pat tweets, hey Nick, I was out today, mask on. 2 Herberts shuffled by. One said to his partner in ignorance, COVID doesn't exist. Wow, they really do walk among us, says Pat. This guy had a winter coat on, though it was very warm. I can only imagine he wrapped up to keep his huge brain warm. Well, presumably it was a long coat because he keeps his brain in his never mind. Mike emails, check out Gavin Williamson's Instagram behaviour to Boris since being sacked. Sulk or what? Gavin Williamson is on Instagram. Why? I don't actually know what Instagram looks like. I've never been on it. It's just people taking pictures of their face, right? Why would anybody want to watch that? Here's a picture of my face, and here's a picture of my face, and here's another picture of my face. Oh, and look, here's another picture of my face. Why would anybody want to look at that? I mean, really? Oh, and here's a picture of my dinner. I just don't understand. Hey, kids, put your phones down. Stop gawping at the screen. Gavin Williamson's Instagram behaviour to Boris since being sacked. I really don't know what that means. What does it mean, Gav? He doesn't know. Let's have Braintree. Hello, Jamie.
Oh, hi.
Jamie.
Hello, Nick. I can't get my head round why the government are saying there's a shortage of HGV drivers, but then there's logistics firms that won't take any HGV drivers on.
Eh?
So, I'm currently a carpet fitter, and I have been for the last 10 years. And before that, I was in the army for 10 years, where I picked up my HGV licence.
Right.
1, 2 and 3, right? So I can drive all of them. So, because of the pandemic and the shortage of drivers, we carpet fitters are struggling to get material. We're waiting and waiting and waiting, and we're losing customers.
Right.
So I've been off all week this week, and I've picked out 20 logistics and haulage firms around my area, and I rang every single one of them and said, I've got Class 1, I've got my driver card, I've got my CPC, do you want to take me on? And out of 20 logistical managers that I've spoke to, not one of them has said, yeah, why don't you come in next week? I even said to one logistical manager, I said, why don't you let me come in for a week for nothing? I'll sit in a cab with one of your confident drivers and learn the job. He said, no, sorry, mate, we can't do that.
Well, why,
I want to know why. Exactly. 20 firms I rang up.
Well, one of them must have given you some sort of reason.
No, well, they're saying, have you got any experience?
Yes.
And I said, well, I have got experience. The last time I drove a lorry was a fuel tanker through the desert in Afghanistan wearing body armour and a helmet.
But is that the kind of experience they want if you're delivering milk to Tesco's?
Well, no, possibly not. But if these logistical managers, I get the feeling that they're scared to take people on because they're basically saying that if you crash this lorry, it's on my shoulders. Well, they need the backing from their company to say, right, if we need drivers, we'll get these drivers in. Even if they must have a white fleet where, it's a fixed cab, 7.5 tonner. If someone like me that hasn't drove a lorry for a while, they get them in, they let them go in with a confident driver for a week.
Yeah.
Maybe stick them on a 7.5 tonner for a couple of weeks or something.
But what's a while?
What do you mean?
How long is it since you've driven a lorry?
I've had my lorry licence for 20 years, and the last time I drove one was when I was in the army.
When was
10
that?
years ago.
10 years ago.
Years ago.
So is that the problem then? 10 years, they think, it's a bit too long, really.
Not really, because as far as I'm concerned, when you do a test, your skills have been tested. That's why you pass it.
Now, with the lorry drivers, do you have to retake your test every now and again?
No, you now. When I passed my test, the CPC wasn't there. It didn't exist.
What's CPC?
The CPC is like a driver training thing that you have to do every 5 years that keeps you on the road as an HGV driver.
So you do have to retake or do some sort of catch up every 5 years.
Yeah, every 5 years.
And you haven't done that.
I have done that.
You have done it.
You're guessing, aren't you? I was about to say to you, I've done the CPC course. I've done it a month ago because I thought, it's coming up to Christmas. I'm married. I've got 2 kids. I've got a mortgage to pay. Why don't I jump on this train and try and get some work?
Right.
So I've funded myself. But let me tell you something. 2 years ago, that CPC course was only 300 quid. It's now 450 quid because of all this problem.
Yeah, I bet.
So I've rang up 20 companies and I said, look, I've got a DigiCard, I've got an HGV licence, I've got a current CPC, which is a month old.
Right.
Do you want to give me a go?
And they said no.
And every single one of them are saying no. So
why do you think they've said no?
I don't know. I can't get an answer out of them.
Okay, but you haven't got an answer for them. But what instinct? What's your instinct? Why are they saying no?
Well, they either, you know, the government are saying they need drivers, but the logistic managers are saying they don't need drivers. So,
but they do though. Every logistics, every logistics company in the news, and there's just numerous companies who've said we're desperate.
I've got no problem with someone coming from Poland to drive a lorry. But I've been driving on British roads for the last 20 years.
Well, so why are they saying no then? You must have some inkling.
No, I don't know. I've got a clean licence. Every single manager that I spoke to says you need to get a bit of experience. Well,
right, so it's a lack of experience. So you haven't driven a truck in 10 years, and that's the problem.
You know what? I've got HGV driving, mates, and it's easy. It's not hard.
Well,
they're all automatic.
Okay.
There's all buttons and things in the cab that tells you what to do. It's not like I passed my test in a wagon and drag with a split gearbox.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, basically, you have to split.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's a surprise. There must be some reason, Jamie. But what it is, I don't know. But I appreciate the call. Thanks for that. I wonder if that's anybody else's experience. I kind of doubt it. Maybe it's just you, Jamie. But I guess we will never know. 0345 6060 973. Lisa texts, surely if you put loose tea into a tea bag and then you cut it open, it would still be the same loose tea. Yes, it would, Lisa, but that seems like a long way around for getting loose tea. Chris tweets, it's a shame we can't panic buy a competent Prime Minister. Yeah, that would be a good thing. If we could just go out and panic buy a competent Prime Minister.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
What do you think of that, Bodge?
Here we go. Okay.
Wouldn't that be super? Solve some of our problems anyway. Pete says, if you have a Neapolitan ice cream in your freezer, do you have a duty to take an even amount of each flavour, or is it acceptable to just scoop out your favourite? Finally, a sensible question on this show. Of course it's not acceptable to scoop your favourite if you get to it before I do and you take all the chocolate. In which case, big problem, huge. If you're scooping out the strawberry, then you can take as much as you like. But leave the chocolate and the vanilla. Because if you take the chocolate and the vanilla and leave the strawberry, then I'm going to have to take action to death. Thank you, Pete. Finally, some sense on this programme. Phil tweets, Nick, out of curiosity, I googled tea granules. The number one suggestion under people often ask was, how do you use tea granules? Humanity is doomed, says Phil. You crush them into a fine powder and then you snort them. I believe that's how you use them. This text says, I just drove past Tesco's, which is closed, and there is without doubt about 50 cars queuing out of the forecourt and causing congestion. This late, it's crazy. This one says, the only thing wrong with leaving the EU is the clowns running this country. And on that subject, Tim texts, Corby trouser press. I assume that these are other examples of things that are British. Corby trouser press, but do you know of anyone who's ever used one, says Tim. Well, I think a Corby trouser press is the MP for North East Somerset. A smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Catford. Andrew.
Hello, Nick.
Andrew.
Hello.
Andrew.
Hello, Nick. You all right?
Yes, thanks.
Hello.
Go ahead.
They've been saying we shouldn't panic. We shouldn't panic. I do many cab, and I've dropped one passenger in Erith, and there's more than 100 cars waiting to buy petrol or diesel.
In Harrods?
And I came, in Erith.
Oh, Erith.
Erith, yeah.
Are you saying Erith
again,
or Erith or Harrods?
Erith.
Spell. Spell it.
Erith.
Erith. Harrods, yes.
Yeah. And I drove another passenger to Shooters Hill, close to the A12.
Yes.
And there's another close to another 100 cars again pulling up in Shell. And I said, okay, let me run down to Kent Road where I normally buy my petrol in Asda. I came there, Asda is locked. And now I'm in Big Tesco in Kent Road in the queue now. And they keep saying, don't panic.
Yeah,
so I don't know
panic.
where I am at the moment.
Yeah. Like Captain Mannering's over the front there going, don't panic. And as soon as there's somebody who has a reputation for disseminating misinformation tells you not to panic, then I think that you better start panicking. Start panicking immediately, if not sooner. Thanks for the bad news, Andrew. I recommend that you stay calm at all times. Steve says, I totally agree that Brexit has a part to play in the current shortage of temporary workers, but as the owner of a health recruiter... What's that? There is currently a shortage of locums due to IR35. Things will get much worse in the coming months. HMRC need to review urgently, with great speed. They're not going to do anything of the sort. Gaz tweets, not just about higher wages for HGV drivers, it's about how one is treated. You know, like clean and sanitary access to showers, toilets, food, little things like that, says Gaz. Yeah, part of the reason that lorry drivers left and aren't going to come back is that they get treated much better in Europe. And America, by the way. They get treated like real human beings. They get treated like people who don't take a shower by dousing their pits in a sink in some filthy toilet in a garage. Why would you want to do that job? You sleep in a lay-by? Thanks, but no thanks.
Thank you.
No thank you. And the government could have fixed that, 10 years ago. But did they? Of course not. And then they're surprised when their lack of action has consequences. Like they're surprised at absolutely everything else that comes their way. Every single thing that occurs takes this government by surprise. Their slogan for the Tory party conference should be or what? It'd be difficult to spell, though. I don't know how you would spell that. What? How would you spell that? Wilston. Hello, Dave.
Hello. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, just a quick one. Just two things I wanted to throw at you. I think I've mentioned it to you before. First of all, I decided to go and tank up my car yesterday. I'm glad I did it because I wouldn't have had to go through what I'm seeing now tonight on the Old Kent Road. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's
People are going crazy. Yes.
Now, the thing is, the other thing that's most probably due to happen is most of the petrol stations most probably end up closing by the end of the week. Most of them.
Well, we don't know.
So,
everything could be fine.
Well, it looks like it will be heading that way. But I was going to ask you, there's no contingency plan in place for people that have jobs that are most probably working for emergency services. If they can't get to work, then things like buses, transport won't be able to run. So I'm just kind of curious as to how the government are actually planning this out, because that is a real
it is a concern. They probably have the same strategy as Donald Trump.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Dave, there's zero strategy. They ain't got no strategy.
But secondly, there was that thing for the PCV drivers who drive those big buses to have Class 2 licences automatically on their licences. to relieve the lorry driving shortage, because there are a lot of bus drivers who do want to leave the buses and go onto HGVs.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought that would have been a good idea to have a Class 2 licence, because the buses are a lot bigger than them Class 2 lorries anyway. And but most of the drivers are CPC trained anyway. They have to be CPC trained to be able to drive the bus.
What's CPC?
So, it's basically competence.
Oh, right.
It's basically just being competent.
Okay.
With the driving and health and safety, basically.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I've seen the government thing where they asked to see how many votes they wanted to get to be able to issue those licences automatically to bus drivers to most probably try and relieve that shortage. But
the problem with that, though, is that if bus drivers leave to become lorry drivers, then we're going to have a massive bus driver shortage.
Well,
yes,
there's that at the moment now anyway, but because of the treatment with a lot of bus companies, a lot of drivers are preferring to most probably go it alone,
right.
Doing the HGV. So
the problem is that if people who were bus drivers then go to their new job being a lorry driver on the bus, and the bus doesn't arrive because there aren't any bus drivers anymore,
well,
then what?
It's there to have the option, to be honest. But
it's an option.
Yeah, it's definitely an option, and I think it might relieve some of the stress on the lorry driving transport system as well.
Right.
So, something to look at. But it is on the government website. They've actually got it there for debate in the House of Commons now, because they've had over 10,000.
Sure, that's what they're going to do. They're going to debate it. They're going to completely ignore everything that they weren't originally going to do in the first place. That's just such a bunch of hooey, all that. If we get the correct number of signatures, then we might debate it in the House of Commons. Sure, they would.
Yeah. Well,
not remotely interested in anything that they weren't going to do anyway. But I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Dave. Steve says, I totally agree that Brexit... No, I read that. You know what? I'll try and get one more call in, and we'll see how we do. Selzy. Hello, Maxine.
Hello, darling.
Oh, my God, you're loud.
I know, but I ain't spoken to you for ages, my love. Right. Strawberry and chocolate, Neapolitan.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have that.
Yeah,
not vanilla.
Not the strawberry,
That's
though.
it.
Not strawberry.
Eh?
Strawberry ice cream is... No,
Look.
strawberry ice cream is vomitous, and that is the correct...
No, it's not. No,
absolutely
it's not.
Awful.
No, that ain't why I phoned you. Look, I've got to talk to you about this fuel thing.
Yeah.
Because I ain't happy, my darling.
Oh, no.
No, you know what's happened? No one's caused this apart from the government. Now, they could have kept this undercover. They didn't need to say, oh, there might be a shortage. As soon as they say anything like that, my flower, here we go.
Yeah.
Right? The toilet rolls are going out the window.
Mm-hmm.
There goes me baked beans and me eggs.
Right.
Everything goes off the shelf.
The moment this regime says don't panic, everybody starts pulling their hair out.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Now, I went today, right, to go to my local supermarket. Well, I tried to get there, my love. It was 40 cars deep. On my way home from work, I'd done a 10-hour shift. I was not in the best frame of mind, as you can guess.
Yeah. But can I just check?
I kept my cool. I kept my cool.
But are you at this moment in your best frame of mind?
I am.
You are.
Because I'm a professional. Right? So, anyway.
I'm a professional, as in I do it for a living, but I wouldn't say that I'm in my best frame of mind.
Yeah, but I am. But you know what? The government didn't need to tell us this.
No.
They could have kept it quiet.
That's right. Of course.
They could have kept it quiet.
Maxine, I'm going to have to go, but if the government says that everything is all right, then most people think...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. emergency, everybody to get from street.
By the way, Angela, out of the Labour Party, there are particular rules for senior Tories which don't apply to anybody else. How many senior Tories are in jail right now? Is the answer none?
Yes.
They don't go to jail, they go to the House of Lords. One rule for them and another for us. Of course there blooming well is. Anyway, some texts and tweets from last night. Gary says, Nick, can't these Insulate Britain lot glue their fingers to my house instead of the M25? Therefore, insulating my house, problem solved, says Gary, who's been thinking. This text says, just past 5 garages on the A406 and there's crazy queuing. What next? Loo rolls? Lol. Lol. What do you mean, lol? There's nothing a lol about. Peter says the government allowed the big energy companies to reduce their gas stocks by 70%. We're in this mess directly because of this ridiculous decision. Chris says, hi, Nick. I'm sure I saw a report recently that said that the Tories allowed Centrica to demolish 70% of our gas storage capacity a few years ago. Thinking as with the same brain. Julian says, if people would just queue more quickly, everything would return to normal. That's right, people. Queue more quickly. And this says, feels like we're all on the Titanic, and the orchestra, the government, carries on playing regardless. Yeah, what a tune. Everything is fine. That's not an iceberg. Come in, the water's lovely. Thank you for travelling with Bodger Boats. Bodger Boats. We're not drowning, we're waving. I know something you don't know. I have in my hand a missive from Her Majesty's government, but, the news on this piece of paper, you won't believe it. Our problems are solved. But I can't tell you about it because it's a secret. I can't tell you what's on this piece of paper until 10:30. I think I might burst before 10:30 comes around. That's 23 minutes away. What I want to tell you now...
Stop whining.
Yes, this is embargoed information. The government has leapt into action and has saved the country. Appreciate it, Bodger.
Thank you.
But I can't tell you about it now. I can tell you about it at 10:30, but not now. I can read it to myself. Wow. Oh, that's fantastic. But I can't read it out loud. So, not now, later. Nick texts, I saw people shouting and swearing at drivers queuing at a petrol station in Harpenden this afternoon. This was yesterday. The queue was blocking both lanes. This could end in fisticuffs, he says. Hey, guess what, Nick? It has. Under the headline, Kung Fuel Fighting, the Mail Online says, furious motor... What was with the fury? I mean, have you ever in your life felt the emotion of fury? I mean, think. Because it's a pretty strong emotion, fury. And yet, pretty much every story that's not about the weather in the Mail and similar newspapers starts with the word fury. Fury as sun comes up in the east. Does it come up in the east? Yeah. The sun comes up in the east. This is an educational programme, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, the sun comes up in the east. Of course it blooming well does. Stupid. Under the headline Kung Fuel Fighting, it says, furious motorists have been seen fighting as the nationwide rush for fuel continued today amid calls for calm from the government. Which may have something to do with it. I mean, we heard the government say that there's nothing to worry about, and what we heard was...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Completely unshocking, shocking footage shows panic buyers punching and kicking each other during a violent brawl at an Esso petrol station forecourt in Sidlesham in Chichester, as roads were left gridlocked and police had to be called in to marshal drivers. A situation also known as normal for Sidlesham. 2 men were seen grappling before throwing punches at one another, while another enraged motorist launched a flying kick at another man as the scramble for fuel turned violent in the sleepy West Sussex village. The whole world's gone crazy. Well, I was here first. The two men were seen grappling before throwing them. We got that bit. The flying kick, that was the Kung Fuel part. Get it?
No.
Funny, yes? Thousands of desperate drive... What? Not furious? Desperate now. Thousands of desperate drivers ignored government pleas for calm as they jammed roads with fears mounting over the impact of lasting fuel shortages on the economy. Have we still got an economy left? That's the problem when you've got a government that's famous for not telling the truth about anything. Liar! I mean, when they tell you to stay calm as there are no problems, our reaction immediately is to freak out. Whatever the government says is the case is usually the opposite of what is actually true. I mean, you can only fool us so many times. We're not listening to you anymore. I mean, if you have to drive, apart from anything else, if you've got to drive miles out of your way to join a small-ish queue to get petrol before you run out, that's a problem. Telling us there is no problem is not solving the problem. And the problem is caused by, can you guess? Starts with a B. Fuel is in short supply because of the absence of drivers to transport it from source to stations. Same thing that's causing every other problem that's facing us. Empty shelves, food unpicked, farm products going to waste, animals killed because there's no abattoir workers. Which seems odd, because there's no one to kill the animals. We're going to have to kill them. But I'm no farm expert, so don't ask me. And there's a lack of bus drivers and bin collectors and carers and every other sector of the economy that relied on foreign workers before we went mad and thought we could recreate the days of old when Britannia ruled the waves. Oh, God, not this one again. I can't stand it. Make it stop. According to fuel bosses, just 1% of Britain's petrol stations are empty. 1% are empty. But that doesn't correspond to what I've seen driving around. I mean, I'm no expert, and my experience might not be representative of the whole, but I'd say that half the petrol stations I passed was shut, with hoods over the pumps, and the other halves had queues down the street and around the corner. I mean, we've got lights about to go out because successive governments have not planned for the future decommissioning of our nuclear power stations. There's empty shelves in the supermarket. Prices are going through the roof. People are doing 3-day weeks. It couldn't feel more like 1974 if we had David Essex, the 3 Degrees, and Charles Aznavour in the charts. Anyone want to hear that?
No.
I prefer Slade, Sweet and the Rubettes myself.
Rock and roll!
Sugar Baby Love. So I was driving around and around and around like... Well, that's not exactly true. I took my normal route home and I thought, it's after 1 o'clock in the morning. When I went home last night, it'll be easy peasy to get filled up. Was it?
No.
Of course not. So many people around. Am I the only one who's a bit alarmed by the amount of people that are around? It's almost as though everyone's dismissed the whole notion of COVID being a thing anymore. Oh, yeah, don't worry about that. That's in the past. There's just crowds and crowds and crowds. It just feels a bit, I don't know, abnormal. I mean, I know it's actually normal, but we've been, for the last year and a half, I haven't been used to any of that. I mean, the centre of London is absolutely packed. And all I see when I look around is vectors for disease. Every single... I mean, if you could just stop breathing out, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. And the traffic... So anyway, I go home last night, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I thought, there's a petrol station just down there on the South Bank. I'll go there. There won't be anybody there, because there never is. It's where I often fill up, and there's never anybody there, ever, ever, ever. There was a queue from here to the moon and back to get into that petrol station. So I thought, that's the centre of town. Don't worry about a thing. It'll get much, much more easy the further away out of the centre I get. Did it?
No.
Of course not. People are freaking out. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm still driving. I've gone into and then straight out of maybe a half a dozen petrol stations because they kind of looked like they were open until you got up to the pumps and you saw that each pump had a bag over it and there was nobody in the shop anymore. Shop lights were out, but the lights on the forecourt were on. Tricking me. So, you come up on a petrol station and there's no queue, and you think, oh, great. No, not great. Not open. So I drove, and finally there's a supermarket petrol station that I don't normally go to because I was told once that the petrol that comes out of that particular supermarket petrol station is rubbish. You might as well put bong water in your car. But I thought, oh well, it's petrol. It's sort of like petrol. It's a petrol-like substance. I'll squirt that up my car. And I joined this queue at about 2:30 in the morning. In the morning, in a place that's normally absolutely deserted at that time of day. And I just sat there, and I sat there, and I sat there, and I sat there, and like 20 minutes later, I hadn't moved an inch. And everybody ahead of me was like honking their horns, and I thought, oh, forget this. There's another couple of petrol stations which were way more expensive ordinarily just up the way there. I'll go to one of those. Closed. And finally, I can't quite believe my good fortune, but the last petrol station I see before I get to home, they had a smallish queue of maybe 20 cars going in. And so I did a quick UE, which was probably illegal, and joined the back of that queue. And of course, other people that came along were on the left-hand side of the road, and people coming down the right-hand side, they want to go straight into the petrol station without going to the end of the queue and doing a U-turn and then coming back. And see, this is where the fury starts. And people are honking their horn and, you know, all of that. And I finally got in there, and I thought, well, I'm going to wait here for ever and a day, and by the time I get there, they're going to be fresh out of fuel. But they weren't. The poor bloke behind the glass looked like he'd never been so busy. I would imagine normally it's selects from the pick and mix and puts his feet up and has a snooze for about 5 hours overnight. Not last night. And there was petrol all over the place. I mean, it was virtually up to my ankles in spilled petrol, presumably because morons were filling cans. There was a moron filling a can just in front of me. He'd forgotten to fill the can, and he got to the front of the queue to pay. He said, "Oh, I want to fill up my can as well." We're surrounded by them. So anyway, I got a lot of fuel, and if it happens again, I'm going to put water in my tank to mix the fuel half and half, thereby making it last longer. What could possibly go wrong? Rob texts, well done to all the greedy, selfish, Brexit-voting pensioners for buying up all the fuel while everyone else was working. Can we all just start to get along?
No.
Apparently not. This text said, Farage didn't want Romanians living next door to him. Now Bodger the Clown has no choice but to invite EU workers back after doing all that he could to get rid of them. Well, you may say that. I couldn't possibly comment.
This is absolute tosh.
And Gaz says, concerning the lorry drivers, it's not just about higher wages for HGV drivers, it's about how one is treated, how clean and sanitary access to showers, toilets, food, little things like that, says Gaz. Little things, for the little people. Wanstead, hello, Sophie.
Nick, how are you?
Great, mate.
Before I go on and talk to you about the two things I've called about...
Are you kidding me? Three things? Three things? Three things you've got?
Well, you did say the problem starts with B, but you didn't say whether it was Bojo or Brexit, but that's not why I rang.
Right.
The petrol, I think we've been so pampered and mollycoddled in this society, and we expect everything yesterday. And now we're experiencing a little bit of what people in poor countries experience, and maybe it's our turn a little bit, and maybe we'll develop a little bit of empathy.
Oh yeah,
for people.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. Develop empathy rather than going around killing each other for the last ham sandwich.
Well, the nice people will be more empathetic. But I just think our society is just crazy. And we're so, like I said, we've got an abundance of everything. And I passed the petrol station and it said diesel, out of diesel, and petrol station not far from me. There were about 20 cars backing onto the road.
Yeah.
It's just madness. It's just... People are mad. People have...
If you put your ear up to society, this is what you'll hear. We've all lost our minds.
And we're selfish, and but I'm not. I don't drive anyway, so I don't have this petrol problem.
Oh, little Miss Perfect over here.
But I do have a problem with tea.
Tea?
Now, tea.
Tea?
Now, I've moved up...
What, the letter T, or... The meal?
The beverage.
The meal? The beverage, right, okay.
So I've moved offices, and before it was very convenient for me because you had an American caller on yesterday talking about granulated tea. Now, no disrespect to Americans, but I wouldn't take any advice about tea
from an American. No.
But I used to be able to toddle off to the office opposite me, and there was a kettle.
What does that actually look like when you're toddling? Can you show that for us?
I think it's a verb that is not used enough, Nick.
Right.
But now I've moved offices and I've gone downstairs, so I don't have access to a
tea-making facilities, yes.
Yep, and they're in the staff room, but that's miles away, and I don't want to. By the time break time is over, I have no time to go there. So I am thinking of joining the dark side and getting granulated tea and getting powdered milk and putting it in my...
God, why bother?
I'm sorry.
I mean, what's the point? Just have water.
Well, I've been drinking like a goldfish because I've not had access to tea. And in 2 weeks, I've drunk 2 cups of tea. And anyone who works in a school will tell you that actually it's fuel.
Yeah, the tea is less the fuel. I think it's the sugar that goes in it is what's fueling you, Sophie.
Now, I have not used sugar for decades, for years in tea.
Right.
And it's actually
as I was
nicer.
saying, it's the tea that's fueling you.
But I will...
Is there a point? Is there a point to this? Is this your main point, or is this are we still on a sub point?
No, this is the main...
This is the main point.
I do agree about the tea yesterday.
Right.
So yes, I will take tea advice
granulated
from an American.
tea. Yeah, I mean, no. I'm not going to say no. I'm going to say no, thank you. I mean, it's good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
No, thank you. All right. Oh God, there's more.
Hold on. No, the petrol and the toilet paper. People need to calm down.
Yeah. Calm down, people. No, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. We're not interested in calming down. Calming down is out. Calming down is yesterday's news. Keep up, Sophie. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Cliff M tweets, are we clapping the petrol station workers tomorrow at 8 p.m? I tell you what, it has given us a new appreciation of people what drive lorries, though, hasn't it? I mean, they were pretty invisible before. They were just someone to honk your horn at. Have you got indicators on that, mate? You know, that sort of thing. We appreciate them now. Every single thing you've got in your home came to your home on a lorry, at least partly. Comes on a ship, gets loaded onto a lorry, and sometimes they get stuck on a van. I was thinking about this the other day. I've gone through an entire week of not having anything delivered to the home, to my home. And it's just such a sense of great freedom. Because there's so much that gets delivered. I mean, you get stuff delivered all the time. And they very rarely give you a precise time when it's coming. I mean, sometimes they don't even give you the day. I mean, there's a place what does wine.
Booze.
And they don't even tell you what day it's coming. Oh, it'll be sometime this week. Don't worry about it. Well, I am worrying about it. And often it will be, at the most precise, it will be like a 2-3 hour window, something like that. Some bizarre time. So we'll deliver it between 11:47 and 1:47. That seems weirdly specific. You know, it's going to be around midday, somewhere like that. But I've just gone an entire week without having anything delivered to the house, and it just feels like freedom. It just feels like I can do anything I like. I can leave and go on a walk. I'm not chained to the front door, waiting for a knock or a bing bong. And by the time you get there, they've left a note that says, sorry, you were out. 0345 6060 973. I wonder if I've got time to fit one in here. I'll try. Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. I love the ones that say we will deliver sometime between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Yeah, right.
I think, well, I'm glad you narrowed it down. Otherwise, I'd have stayed in all day. I mean, I want to talk about trucks and trucking.
Right.
I've got a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not a problem down to Brexit, why will giving people visas fix it?
Right.
If it's a global problem, how can we import more truckers? Because apparently there aren't any.
Right. Yeah, they forgot about that, didn't they? I mean,
they did.
On the one hand, they say, it's got nothing to do with Brexit because everywhere's suffering like this. We'll bring some lorry drivers that aren't doing anything in Europe over to fix our problem. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's right. It doesn't work.
Can I tell you why importing like 5,000 more lorry drivers won't work?
Go on.
Because what we've done is we've cut ourselves out of the European hub. Now, people think that a lorry driver is someone who starts off in Brussels, delivers a load to Birmingham, picks up a load in Birmingham, takes it back to Brussels.
Right. Incorrect.
That's not how it works.
No.
They pick up 2 loads in Brussels, they drop off one in Paris, they pick up one for London.
Yeah.
They go to London, they drop off one in London, they pick up one for Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
They go to Birmingham, they drop off 2 in Birmingham, they pick up one for London and one for Devon. They then go to London, they drop off one in London, they pick up one for Paris.
All in one day. How do they do it?
Or in 2 days. But the thing is that guy who lives in Brussels and is perfectly happy in Brussels and wants to live there because they serve mayonnaise with chips.
Oh, God.
But his day-to-day job includes delivering stuff from Devon to London, from London to Birmingham, from Birmingham to London.
Yeah.
And now his company has just cut off the entire UK part of that strand.
Yeah.
This is why there are no empty shelves in the EU.
Anywhere
this
else.
is why there is no fuel shortage in the EU. This is why even though they're short 4,000 drivers, we're short 100,000, but they continue to have a system that works, is because it's all done in little jumps and stages.
Yeah, it's almost as though Brexit's not a very good idea. If only somebody had said something before we all went out to vote, but I didn't hear a single word against it. Hello, Neil.
Hello there, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Thanks. Oh, do you know what? I'm actually quite pleased there's a shortage of drivers. It's because they actually appreciate us now. For 33 years I've been driving, and you know, and we've had foreign drivers in, and so what happens is it cascades and say, that's all right, I can't even pay them £14 an hour. We can pay them £10 an hour because you're doing it for foreign drivers.
Yeah.
And now there's no shortage of drivers. Oh, they want to pay us more money, but they don't. If you go into if you just tap in on any job site there and see, and they still want to pay £10 an hour, £9 an hour to get away with it.
I thought I thought the drivers now were being offered £5,000 golden hellos and £10,000 golden hellos and all the rest of it. Never mind about the bye-byes.
Bye-bye.
It's the golden hellos.
Yes, well, if it's out there, yes. No, not really, no. And can I say to you about...
hang on a minute. I mean, I've read so many stories about drivers are now being offered £50,000 a year and £60,000 a year. Are you telling me it's not true?
No, because I've got drivers who want to do tanker drivers, but they don't want to take them. I've got HGV1 drivers and 7.5-ton drivers that want to become like the tanker drivers. No, they're not interested, to tell you the truth. So it's not out there. So, and oh yeah, by the way, about the parcel between 11 till 3, what about the people that actually ordered 24 hours and paid extra £5 and you knock on their door and they're not in? So why do they pay for 24 hours? Come on. There you go.
Morons.
See, it goes both ways.
We're surrounded by morons.
No, but the thing is, at the end of the day, is that it is now hauliers have been working long hours, unsociable hours, and it's not about the money, it's about quality of life, and they've never got it. And all of a sudden now, we're in the... I don't want us to clap on a Thursday or pots and pans. Just recognise us, you know, it gives us a decent wage, and that's all it is about. And now we're recognised that, we haven't got enough drivers. No, the EU can't cope, so if they can't cope, how are we going to cope?
Well, they're coping a lot better than we are.
Well, if they are, that's their problem. But we got a problem over here, and we haven't got enough HGV drivers. Right. So all the people out there, start putting your hands in your pocket and give us a bit more of a decent wage, some good hours, and not working all that. What's the point of government putting up the driving hours? Who does that benefit? Does that benefit the drivers, or does that benefit the companies?
The government is running around like a headless chicken. They have got no idea what to do from 1 minute to the next. They just keep throwing these ideas out, and let's see if this one sticks. And if that doesn't work, well, here's another one. And I mean, it's just like they're rummaging around in the box of desperation for their next idea.
That's right. So what's going to be? We'll be doing 20 hours a day. No, It's not. It's not about that. It's not about them. It's about quality of life and drivers working late and everything, and they're parked up and things like that. They don't see their families. They don't see it. And that's what it's all about. It's about quality of life.
And the money.
And drivers today don't get it. Yeah. And now
a little bit of money.
We're going to be standing up. We'll be pots and pans on a Wednesday, banging for drivers.
Right. Okay. Well, that should be our new national slogan: banging for drivers. Thanks a lot, Neil. Kath says, apparently we're 100,000 lorry drivers short, so how is issuing temporary visas to 5,000 European drivers going to fix this? Even if they bring in the army to shoot the problem, even if they bring in the army to drive lorries as well, she says, there are only 10,000 of them, so we'd still be 85,000 drivers short. Kath, this is just mathematics. She says, Nick, I'm honestly worried, and I don't see a way out of this anytime soon. Well, stop counting, Kath. Problem solved. Maths is not your friend. Okay, this news embargoed until 9 minutes ago. This is hot news. Are you ready? More than 10,000. This isn't really news. Everybody knows this already. Why was this embargoed until 10:30? These things come in all the time. Oh, this is so top secret, you can't tell anybody until a certain specified time that we've just dreamt up out of nowhere for no particular reason. Why? Why is this embargoed till 10:30? This makes me furiously angry. More than 10,000 foreign workers will be temporarily permitted to work as lorry drivers and in the food sector as ministers look to rescue Christmas from supply shortages. They're trying to rescue Jesus' birthday. More than 10,000 foreign workers, not drivers. This is foreign workers in total. A temporary visa scheme will see opportunities created for 5,000 HGV drivers and 5,500 poultry workers to take up employment in the UK until Christmas Eve. And then we'll kick you out again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are you kidding me? Until Christmas Eve, and then you've got to get out. This is in a bid to keep supermarket shelves stocked with turkeys and toys and to counter delivery difficulties at petrol stations. Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said... I mean, does it really matter? Transport Secretary Grant Shapps, he's the Transport Secretary this week. Can you believe that?
No.
We're doomed. He said the changes with the visas available from next month. Next month? Would ensure that preparations remain on track for the festive season. Well, excuse me, Mr. Expert Transport Secretary, what do you know about it? Retailers had warned the government that it had just 10 days to save Christmas from, quote, significant disruption.
Oh, no.
This is due to a shortfall of about 100,000 drivers in the freight sector. So great news. We got 100,000 drivers short, and they're going to create an opportunity for 5,000 drivers to come from Europe. There's just one fly in the ointment, just one tiny, itsy-bitsy little problem with that. Those drivers have got to want to come here. This government, they just wave their arms in the air as though they're performing magic tricks. Oh, we'll just solve it with prestidigitation. And it's fixed. So they're going to allow 10,000 foreign workers who are desperate to come here, to come to a place that they've been yelled at for 5 years, to go back to where they came from. They can't wait to get back here to get abused for their accent and their clothes and, everything else about them. This country's lost its mind. I mean, seriously, we're an international laughingstock. If it wasn't for the continuing presence of you-know-who, then we would be the laughingstock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Fortunately, Donald Trump's still there or thereabouts. Thank you, Donald. Thank you for being even more ridiculous than what's going on here.
Don't be rude.
The British Chamber of Commerce president, Baroness McGregor Smith, said the changes, these are the 10,000 foreign workers who will be allowed. We are allowing them to come here. And they should be very grateful.
Thank you.
That we're allowing them to come here. But only for a limited time. We'll kick you out on Christmas Eve. 10,000 foreign workers, 5,000 drivers, 5,500 poultry workers to, strangle chickens for Christmas. British Chamber of Commerce President Baroness McGregor Smith said changes were the equivalent of throwing a thimble of water on a bonfire, as it will not be enough to address the scale of the problem. Wow, it's almost as though we're being run by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Almost. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Hey, have you heard who we're desperately trying to get a source of chickens from? Chickens and turkeys? In order to save Christmas? Bodger's out prostrating himself in front of, various undesirables. Please help us. This is what we've become. This is our new future. Crawling across the carpet on our knees, begging for help from just whoever happens to be in the room. It's freedom, people. Freedom. This email says, thanks to Bojo, we're now living in Little Britain. Yeah, and it's not funny. Cam tweets, apparently no one is panic buying fuel in Scotland. Maybe they have more faith in their leader. Is that true? No one's panic buying fuel in Scotland? Pete says, I haven't even got a car. The garage opposite my house is closed. I need some bread. Hey, Pete.
Stop whining.
Paulasaurus tweets, Nick, I went to Asda to buy popcorn to watch the show unfold, but they'd run out. And Adrian says, I thought I'd treat my girlfriend to somewhere very busy and really expensive for a Saturday night, so I took her to the petrol station. Have you seen the price of petrol? What? It's like it's the best part of £1.40 a gallon. Gallon. Wow. Can you imagine what it costs a gallon? A litre. Why do they sell it in litres, but we buy our cars dependent on its miles per gallon? Hello? Is this thing on? Cumbran. Hello, Philip.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello. Yeah. When you got cancer, you don't put a sticking plaster on it to cure it. You got to get rid of it. And we are suffering from the cancer of Brexit. I would say that because I'm a Remainer, and I believe
it's pronounced Ramona.
No, it's all to do with us leaving the EU, and I will continue to call out these politicians that told lies, that told distortions, and I want to call out the people as well that fell for this rubbish.
Yes.
And
continue to defend it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not saying that a certain percentage of Brexit people did genuinely believe in Britain being out of it, but a lot of them were fooled by it.
Yes.
And I also make another comment.
Shall I précis that thought for you? I don't like saying I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so.
Yeah. But the real Winston Churchill, not the ones on the M25 stopping the traffic. He gave the famous V victory sign, and we saved Europe But now we've turned history.
We saved Europe.
Well, in the Second World War, of course,
we did. Well, maybe.
Well, that's on the Americans
and the Russians, I think, had a small part to play.
Yeah. I get. But the thing is, you can turn that around now. We've given the two fingers to the EU. Yeah. And and it doesn't
mean victory.
Problem.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Philip. 0345 6060 973. What do you think about that, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Totally in agreement. Colm emails, on a Chigwell street, one of my aunts witnessed a mass brawl and multiple stabbings outside a crack house. She said she was cleaning the front windows and it was like a war zone. She went to a different door to dust off the hall carpet by hitting it against a wall, and 10 armed cops surrounded her and she got nicked. I did warn her. What on earth are you talking about? She went to a D' front door. Is it worth actually trying to untangle that?
No.
I don't really think so. Maybe a little bit of editing, perhaps. Are you reading any of these before you give them to me to speak on the air? Huh?
I am.
That's a no. I am. You're reading them and you're not understanding them, and yet you're putting them in front of my face to read on the radio. I am a trained professional. Haley says, come on, Nick, fly that flag and believe. What's up with you? Bodger is doing his best. The fish are happy and we have our sovereignty in it. Much love and many Ramona hugs, says Haley. Appreciate the hugs, Haley.
Thank you.
Let's have Galicia in Spain. James.
Just about the COVID restrictions. Well, here in Spain, everybody's still wearing a mask in school. Everybody's wearing a mask on the streets, even in the small shops on public transport. And in the summer, I was back in the UK, and it's like it's never happened, really.
Yeah. Well, you should see it now. I mean, the crowds in the West End now are like it's never, like you say, like it's never happened. People are thinking, oh, well, that's over. And it just looks a bit weird. I find it uncomfortable to be around packed places because it just looks like this is a centre of disease. Get away from me, people.
Yeah, when we were back, we were just almost scared to go out, really, because everyone's wearing a mask. And on the North Coast where we are, there are virtually no cases now, so...
Yeah, I've been on the train this week, and I've been wearing a mask on the train. If there's people in the carriage, I put a mask on. But I'm pretty much the only one who's doing that. It just feels a bit weird now. I feel like I'm in the wrong for doing the right thing.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not obligatory in the UK, because people don't seem to be taking responsibility.
Well, we're getting... people say we're getting mixed messages, but we're not getting mixed messages. The message that the government is giving us is that they have vanquished the virus. Bodger Johnson has fought it to the ground. He's wrestled it into submission, and he emerges victorious. That's why none of the Tories in the Commons are wearing masks, and pretty much the entire Labour benches and everybody else in there is wearing a mask. That all the Tories aren't wearing a mask because, for the same reason that Republicans in America are not wearing a mask, because it's now it's a political thing. It's not a health thing anymore. It's a political thing. We are strong and we have conquered the virus, is the message that Bodger is giving us, because he's done absolutely everything else concerning the virus completely right in every respect. But good to know that somebody is still paying attention. Thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. Scott says, I wonder if after we are... I was reading that. Where is it? Oh, yeah. I wonder if we are mentally conditioned to go back to old measurements and probably currency. We'll have to repaint the Brexit bus to say, we send 700 million shillings to the EU a week. Yeah, I can't wait to get all of that money that's coming back from the European Union. Unless that bus and everybody that sat upon it wasn't telling the truth. Liar! I mean, that wouldn't happen, would it? They wouldn't lie to us about a thing like that, would they? Rob says, well done. Oh, no, I've done that one. I'm way ahead of schedule. Oh, it's a cartoon that discombobulated me momentarily. One of it's a story. Are you sitting comfortably? Or as Priti Patel would say, sit up straight. It's one of Priti Patel's military boats. You know, the ones that they're pretending they're going to push little dinghies around back out to sea and let them drown. You've probably seen this on social media. One of the military personnel is yelling to a boat full of damp refugees, "Could any of you drive a lorry?" Almost funny. Kind of, a little bit. If it wasn't... It would be funnier if it wasn't so true. It's actually happening to us right now. Jake tweets, "Hey Nick, is a hot dog a sandwich?" That's an excellent question, Jake. It's a difficult one. Is a hot dog a sandwich? What constitutes a sandwich? Does it have to be flat bread? No. Yeah. Is a bun a sandwich? Like if you had like meat in a roll, would that be a sandwich? And does like those tubular rolls, do they count as a roll, or does it have to be like flat sliced bread to be a sandwich? It's a troubling issue, Jake. Leave it with me and I'll ponder it. Ponder it a while. Wembley. Hello, Linda.
Hello.
Linda.
Common sense. The government hasn't got any common sense.
No.
If they were negotiating Brexit, right, they should have thought, well, we're going to need certain people until we train our own lorry drivers, for example.
Yeah.
So they should have said, OK, as part of Brexit, workers that we need, we will give them a visa to come and work here.
Unfortunately, Linda, that's not what won Brexit. What won Brexit was promising people fewer foreigners.
I think people would have seen the common sense in
No,
that.
there was nothing. As you said, there's no common sense. There's nothing common about sense. The reason they won Brexit and the reason that the Conservative Party won the last general election was because they promised people fewer foreigners.
Well,
the end.
It was about controlling.
No, it wasn't. All that's nonsense. It's just buzzwords. Ask people who say that kind of thing what that means. More control, sovereignty. It doesn't mean anything at all. They're just words that they repeat ad infinitum, and it's utterly meaningless. The it of it is, we promise you fewer foreigners. They couldn't say, we promise you fewer foreigners, but for a while we're going to need a lot of foreigners, so maybe it'll be a little bit later on. No, that's a confusing message. Just tell them from day one, we will push foreigners back out to sea, vote for us, that's why they're in power.
Well, I would have seen the sense in it, and not only that, they're still messed up because they're offering these lorry drivers visas until Christmas, but I don't think it's going to be worthwhile just to come until Christmas.
Why would anybody come back to a country that has been yelling at them to go back to where you came from for the last 5 years to help us out, rather than stay where they are, earning good money under better conditions, laughing at us?
Do they earn better money there, though, where they are?
Where they are, in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know that they have better working conditions. The Labour Party, they just can't walk forwards for squabbling with each other. I mean, it's just so utterly predictable. And a huge open goal in front of them. They've been awarded a penalty, but instead of kicking the ball, they're punching each other over who gets to actually take the penalty. When the Tories have their conference, they'll all speak from the same hymn sheet. I betcha, betcha, betcha. It'll be all, everything's going absolutely marvellous under the dear leader. And he'll step up and waffle on about Hercules and Pericles and Zeus and Prometheus. And there'll be an orgy of giddy delight. And then they'll play their favourite tune. And they'll all look like a team. Meanwhile, Labour will have fought themselves to the ground, and the Tories will just step nimbly over them. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Mike emails, write your question for Nick here. That's not the part I'm supposed to read, is it? Idiot. Fast-tracking HGV tests is okay, says Mike. Securing loads is another skill completely. Prepare for shed loads all over the place when the 7-day wonders hit the roads. Yeah, that's right. The government's wizard scheme to give us more drivers is to make the test easier to pass. What could possibly go wrong? It's just amazing. I mean, honestly, it's like living in a sitcom, isn't it? And now this. It's finally gotten through to the people who are leading this country that there's a small issue barreling at us over the horizon that they're completely unprepared for. They obviously haven't looked forward in their diaries and seen that there's a little thing called Christmas on the way. Like everything else that's happening at the moment, it will take this government completely by surprise. What, Christmas? December? Nobody told us. Oh! The Brazilian president, Jair Bolsonaro, says Boris Johnson asked him for an emergency deal to ease shortages of an unspecified food product.
Emergency?
He said. A lack of drivers and food pickers because of Brexit has led to fears that some goods will be missing from the shelves in the run-up to Christmas. So what could that unspecified Christmas-related, highly politically sensitive food product be? I mean, the absence of which food product that Brazil produces a lot of would make the biggest hole on the Christmas dinner table. Can you think? During his weekly live broadcast on social media on Thursday night, Brazil's crazy leader, Bolsonaro, said, one thing I talked to Boris Johnson about was that he wants an emergency deal with us to import some kind of produce of ours of which there are shortages in England. He said it just goes to show that everyone's struggling with inflation after this stay-at-home we'll deal with the economy later business, and some countries are facing food shortages. Some countries. I think he means us. He said, I've passed this potato on to Mrs. Teresa Cristina, Brazil's agriculture minister. Is he calling Boris Johnson a potato? So it's a farming product that's integral to Christmas and would really turn the nation against Bodger were we to find the shelves bare of it. It really is a puzzle. What could it be? Bolsonaro said, when I started chatting to Boris Johnson, he, you know, the potato. He talked about whiskey. He asked me, what could I do to make it easier to import whiskey to Brazil? Bolsonaro said, look, it's not one of my priorities, making it easy to bring whiskey into Brazil. This isn't something that the government should be working on. It's the market that regulates these things. And you'd think that the Tory party would be all about the market regulating things, but apparently the market seems somewhat broken. Which might be because we just extricated ourselves from the biggest free trade bloc on this side of the world. Or it might be a complete coincidence. And as you would expect, the government said that what Bolsonaro said did not happen. We don't need help, they said, and he didn't try to pitch for British whiskey. Gosh, who to believe? An authoritarian with a tentative grasp on reality and a history of lying? Or the president of Brazil? Number 10 is saying that Bolsonaro's claims do not tally with Downing Street's recollection of events. Hey, maybe Downing Street was drunk at the time. You're supposed to be selling the whiskey, Bodger, not drinking it. A dealer should never touch his own stash. Have you learnt nothing from Scarface? It's a coincidence that Brazil, by the way, is one of the biggest producers of turkey meat. Turkey meat. Bodger's so desperate to mitigate the effects of his Brexit that he promised would mean no checks on the border. There'd be no checks on the border, he said. He said there'd be less paperwork. He said there'd be cheaper goods, which turned out to mean more checks on the border, more paperwork and more expensive goods. Who could have predicted that apart from every single person not hypnotised by the prospect of fewer foreigners, that this would have happened? We have the Prime Minister of this country actually begging foreigners to come back to deliver the turkeys that he is begging the Brazilians to provide so that he doesn't turn out to be the Grinch that stole Christmas. on Jesus' birthday. 0345 6060 973. Portland, Oregon. Hello, Jake.
Hey, Nick. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Great. So I just wanted to call in and talk to you about the latest Trump news I've been seeing pop up.
The latest Trump news? Go
yes,
on.
indeed. So apparently Michael Cohen and Mary Trump and some other people from his inner circle that, have been removed.
Yeah.
And have said that this war chest and all of these donations are just going to go straight to him, and he isn't going to run again. He's making too much money. Why would he run again?
Right. So he's got his fans sending money to, I don't know, to... Why has he said that they're sending money? For his rallies, right. For his rallies, or to stop the steal, or, we're going to win. We've got the Kraken. We're going to be announcing it any day soon, and Joe Biden will be out of office by the end of the week. Send money now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, he's secretly going to be inaugurated again if you just send $20 more.
Yeah, $20? Well, that sounds like excellent value for money.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, what difference does it make to Donnie? He's a billionaire. Sure he is. Hey, Jake, what's the weather like in Portland, Oregon? Because I heard that that area in particular is warming up more so than any other part of America.
Yeah, we have been having some crazy weather. It's not raining like it used to. It used to rain constantly, the 8 months of the year. And now it rains maybe for a month. And it hit 117 here a couple months ago.
Wow.
And a lot of people here don't have air conditioning or anything like that. So, people die.
Wow.
It was pretty serious.
So it's not a funny story then? No.
No.
Okay.
What is funny is... Boris acting like leaving the borders open or not having checks at them is going to work out somehow this time.
Yeah.
Because it worked out so well with the India variant, right?
Yeah, well, he's got a strategy, just like Donald Trump's got a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Thanks a lot, Jake. 0345 6060 973. This text says, cordons. Petrol station cordons. We're surrounded by cordons. Mike says, fast-tracking HGV test is okay. I read that. Shed loads. If you see a lorry carrying sheds and give it a wide berth, anything could happen. Jeremy says, don't listen to any nonsense from Bodger Johnson's magic show normalising the current UK problems as a consequence of COVID. Everything here in France is exactly the same as normal. The supermarkets, petrol stations, are all running like a well-oiled machine. Bodger should be pressed to admit publicly that this is down to Brexit. It's his fault. And he's a naughty boy. Thank you, sir. May I have another? He'd say. Yeah. I wonder if I can dial up quickly that speech that he gave at the UN. Because, I read out part of it. I'd have to go into my Twitter feed and find the things that I tweeted. It might take me a bit. But there's a speech he gave at the UN, which is it's so alarmingly him. I mean, I don't really do Twitter on my phone. I don't really know my way around it very well. But I'll look it up in an advert. Don't you worry about that. This says, come work here longer, harder, and pay a lot more tax for less money. Make a Christmas miracle happen. See Bozo's feeding of the 5,000 Romanian truckers. It's a Christmas miracle. Right, so this is the speech. Now, I read this out last night. It's not the whole speech, but this is a bit of the speech that he gave to the UN. The small part where he wasn't banging on about the Muppets. He says, now, either he's showing us who he is deliberately, or he's completely unaware that he's actually talking about himself here. Or maybe he didn't actually write this and the scriptwriter is having fun with him. Maybe that's it. He said out loud to the UN, we still cling with parts of our minds to the infantile belief that the world was made for our gratification and pleasure. And we combine this narcissism with an assumption of our own immortality. It's totally him. We cling with parts of our minds to the infantile belief that the world was made for our own gratification. Yeah, like we'd installed a stripper post for our gratification. We believe that someone else will clear up the mess that we make. It is him. Because that is what someone else has always done. Oh, my God, it's totally you, Bodger. You're showing yourself to us. You're exposing yourself.
Disgusting.
He said, we trash our habitats again and again. Yeah, that'll be his previous relationships. With the inductive reasoning that we have got away with it so far, and therefore we will get away with it again. That you could not get a more succinct description of Bodger Johnson than that. And he actually said that out loud. In front of an audience, rather than just, himself talking to a mirror. Robert tweets, breaking news, Gavin Williamson, appointed Minister in charge of HGV tests. Says Bob in Camberley. Yeah. Good job, Gavin. You're doing an excellent work. 0345 6060 973 Enfield. Hello, Daniel.
Oh, hello, Nick. Lovely to speak to you again.
Daniel.
So the Johnson's not in prison yet, no?
Not yet.
Where he belongs?
No.
Well, people are slacking it. They're too busy cat-boffing, do you know what I mean? That's
people like him don't go to prison, they go to the House of Lords.
Well, of course, that's the thing. But so we're running out of petrol, we're running out of gas, we're running out of diesel, we're running out of food, the things we need to produce the food, and the people to deliver it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad we talked about control, Nick, do you know what I mean? Because can you feel the control running through your veins?
I can feel the sovereignty all around me, like an invisible force shield.
I mean, how's this going to work? So up to Christmas Eve, people are allowed to come here, and then what? They're just going to be slung out the country.
Yeah, Christmas Eve. Yeah, we're gonna make them leave on Christmas Eve. Yeah, roll up, form an orderly queue for this excellent opportunity.
But this is a long-term problem of people's own making. This is going to take years to solve.
Yeah.
So once Christmas is done, what then?
They're going from day to day, trying to manage the news cycle. It's just a collection of headlines they're throwing out to distract us from this sort of slow puncture wound that we have we have visited upon ourselves. There won't be any dramatic gotcha moment when they'll say, aha, Brexit has failed us because of that. It'll just be this sort of drip of one mild disaster followed by another, while still blaming it on COVID or Ramona's not believing hard enough, or the EU being mean to us. And it'll never be about Brexit. It'll always be about something else. But it'll just be this country is like a party balloon that's got a slow puncture.
Mm. But it's not even funny, because people are going to suffer. The country's going to suffer. I mean, we talk about the money on the side of a bus. What about how much this country's lost since leaving the EU? It's hundreds of millions each week we've lost.
Daniel,
we're never going to get that back. Don't
forget about the levelling up.
Yeah, the levelling up of him and his mates' bank balances. Boris.
I think the thing to remember is that none of this will affect them negatively at all. They'll be just fine.
How comes we can see how corrupt this is and the rest of a lot of these people can't? How is that? What's happened to these people?
I think, well, the significant majority... yes, it is a form of brainwashing, because they promised people what they couldn't deliver, but to admit that you went along with it would be to admit that you've been had. It would also be to give up hope, because they have told these people, if you do this, vote for Brexit, vote for me, then your life will be better. We guarantee it. And so people are all in, and they thought, that's right. The reason that I have not achieved my potential, the reason I don't have a life like those people in the magazines and on Instagram, is because of insert identifiable minority here. The foreign lorry drivers, or the foreign fruit pickers, or the foreign carers, or the foreign whoever it might be. Foreigners in general, people in dinghies. And now we're a nation that's dinghy spotting, as though that's the problem.
The trick is to get the masses to punch down, never to punch up. That's the trick, isn't it?
Exactly right. We're all on a ladder, and we have been trained to think that it's the people below us who are dragging us
100%.
down, rather than the people above us who are pushing us down.
But I believe it's a form of cognitive dissonance. Just before I have to go, I think it's a form of cognitive dissonance for a lot of these people, because their heart was so set on this thing that was sold to them that was completely a lie, and we knew that at the time, but people believed it, and their heart can't take it, but their head kind of is solving it in their head, their mind. They're solving this that they've been played, and that's why they're angry. You say, why are they angry? These people, because they know they've been, but they just can't accept it because their heart was so set on this myth or this
right. A better future. That's what they were promised. Yeah, and
it was never achievable.
Cognitive dissonance, or yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Daniel. 0345 6060 973. It is interesting how angry the people who voted for Brexit are. I mean, furiously lashing out. You look on Twitter and they're just absolutely... Well, the F word, fury, does apply to them. I mean, they just seem to be apoplectic. Mostly with people pointing out that they were told them about this over and over and over again. I told you so. Remoaners. They're still wailing on about Remoaners. As though we're the problem. If only we believed, then everything would be okay. It's our fault for not believing enough. Like we're all living in Peter Pan. If you believe, you can fly. Bruce in Deutschland said, you are right when you say that the world is laughing at Britain. The problem is that Britain still has a class system. How can you have a Bullingdon Boris as your PM and a European-centred royal family? Are they centred? I mean, I know their history is European and German and whatever. But are they European-centred? I don't know. I don't think they've really got anything to do with it. They're running a business quite aggressively, and they're getting on with their own thing. It doesn't really matter who the PM is. They're like a little bubble all unto themselves, floating along with a wave. A wave and a smile. That's all we expect, Your Majesty. God bless you, Your Majesty. Oh God, not this song again, please. I can't stand it. 0345 6060 973. Brighton. Hello, Ian.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I just wanted to talk about how much we've lost in terms of camaraderie with our European neighbours. I've got many friends that I've had, luckily, growing up in my 20s that I made because of free movement. And lots of people came here that formed bands and made vintage shops and employed other people. My friend has a wife from Lithuania, now with 2 children. And it's just really sad that a lot of people will not get to experience this anymore. I think that we've completely lost all idea of what this country is and what it should be about.
Ian, how old are you?
I'm 38 now.
38 years old. Well, I expected you were going to say you're somewhat younger than that, but 38 is pretty young. And it's not your age group that's done this to us, and it's certainly not the younger age group that's done this to us. It's not even people who are 10 years older that have done this to you. It's people who are 55 plus who have visited these problems upon us, because they are the ones who voted for Brexit. In fact, it's older than that. If you take pensioners out of the Brexit vote and the Conservative win in the last general election, if you take pensioners out, people who have stopped working, the economically inactive, then if you take them out of the votes, then we would not be out of the European Union. Brexit would have lost, and Labour would be running the country.
And obviously there would be complete chaos. I'm saying that in jest, because everything that has happened since the Tories came into power, the last 11 years has just been a steady decline. And I just feel really sorry for the country that this has happened.
Well, cheer up, Ian. It might never oh, no, that's right. It already has. Right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. That's actually true. Excuse me. If you take pensioners out of the Brexit vote, we would not have left the European Union. And if you take the pensioner vote out of the last general election, then the Conservative Party would have been consigned to the dustbin of history, and Bodger would not be our Prime Minister. And wouldn't that be great? It would be Jezza Corbyn. And who knows what might happen, but it certainly wouldn't be as bad as this. It couldn't possibly be. I mean, let's assume that Jezza Corbyn doesn't know anybody with a bank account big enough to shovel billions of pounds of taxpayers' money into it, with a nod and a wink. No questions asked. Let's assume that he wouldn't have done that. But, thanks a lot, pensioners.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And the reason, kids, that this has been visited upon you by your granny and granddad is because you don't vote. Don't tell me that you do, because you don't. The incidence of voting, I think, off the top of my head now, is something like 47% of the under 50s will definitely go and vote come a general election. 47%, which is a number also known as pathetic. 47%, less than half. If you ask the over 65s how many of them will vote, and it's something of the order of 67 to 70%, almost all of them. Almost all of them that can crawl out of the front door and 100 yards down to the voting booth, they will vote. So that's why we're in this mess. Kids don't vote. And you should all be punished. See me later. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. And, the excuses that they go, I don't want to, it's so boring. They're all the same. These pathetic excuses that they give for not taking part. And just, how long does it take to go and vote? It's not like America. You don't have to queue for 12 hours in the boiling sunshine or drive 100 miles to get there. There's 100 yards down the road. It's at the school, for crying out loud. And they still can't be bothered to go. And then they spend their entire life moaning about the situation that befalls them because they didn't vote. Oh, well, never mind. It's only life. Gary texts, I'm 70 and I hate Brexit. We're not all brain-dead morons, says Gary. Yeah, a lot of people calling in and saying, I'm a pensioner. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing. You get a pass. But the kids don't get a pass because the kids don't vote. They get punished. Colchester. Hello, John.
Good evening, Nick. Just this fake fuel crisis, in my opinion, it doesn't seem to add up very much. 3 days ago, there was no petrol crisis, was there?
No.
Everyone was happy.
Happy. Happiness was all about. Yeah, I can remember 3 days ago. Oh, it's like it was only the day before yesterday.
Right. BP announced 4 stations closed.
Yes.
Assume that each station had its own tanker driver, which obviously it doesn't. A tanker driver will serve more than one. But just assume each one had its own. BP are short of 4 drivers. And there are hundreds of drivers. That don't ring true. But what would happen if a major company had a surf bit of petrol and they wanted to get rid of it sharpish? Start it? No. How about creating a false supply and get Bodger Johnson to say, don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic. And what happens?
Everybody
all
panics.
The ships all panic, and all the petrol ends up in the cars.
Right. Well, you certainly have got something there, John. Keep your eyes on the wheel and your hands... How does it go? Keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the something, and keep your eyes on the road ahead. We're in the back seat singing and hugging with Ted.
Disgusting.
What, all of them? Isn't that awful? Okay, excellent work there, John. So it's a ruse. This is the news. It's a ruse. There was a bloke in front of me paying last night when I was filling up the car with petrol who said pretty much the exact same thing. He said, all these morons are queuing up here. He spoke like this. You don't know that he didn't. He said, all of these morons queuing up here because BP closed a couple of garages to concentrate on the motorways, which is apparently what happened. And if it didn't happen like this, then I apologise. I'm very sorry for suggesting otherwise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Totally screwed up. I am so sorry that I screwed up. Yeah, they closed a couple of stations because they were running low on drivers, as far as I'm aware, in order to concentrate on the very, very vital and highly lucrative motorway network. The motorway service stations, where I think petrol is now £1,000 a litre. Something like that. And you can get a mortgage if you want to use one of their tyre inflating machines. You want to squirt some oxygen in your tyre? That'll cost you millions of pounds if you're on the motorway. But then the word went round that, oh my God, BP have closed a couple of stations. What? So we better get some petrol. We'll write it down on our to-do list. And then, of course, Bodger Ho's interview, and he says, don't panic! And then the rest is history. Don't panic, I'll save you. Oh, we are doomed. Gary in Devon says, I've just arrived back from home from enjoying a great big dose of my Brexit freedom. With great sovereign pride, I visited both of my town's local petrol stations and, unlike yesterday, I managed to get some fuel. For the first time in the last 4 weeks, I also managed to get some of that rare and exotic cheese they call mature cheddar. I'm just loving having all of this control that we've taken back, says Gary. Well, that control does sound absolutely delicious. This tweet from The Parrot says, we got no chance of foreign lorry drivers coming over again, as most of last year they spent Christmas Day at Dover Port stuck in their cabs, if you remember rightly. That's right. Yes, they did. Yeah. Bodger Johnson can wave his magic wand. Put it away, Bodge. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting.
He can wave his magic wand about and say, I now create 5,000 visas for lorry drivers to come over. This is my Christmas gift to you. Yeah, well, they've got to want to come over. See, that's the problem. And if, as a country, we've been yelling at them for 5 years to go back to where they came from, we don't want your sort here. Do you think that they'll be queuing in order to come and save us from the mess that we've created for ourselves? I think not. Let's have Notting Hill, Sharif.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
It amazes me. First of all, I would like to reiterate your comment. He's not Boris. He's Alexander de Pfeffel Johnson.
Yeah.
Right? So, let's just put it in perspective of what he is. He's not some like Labrador.
No, he's not your friend. He's not cute. And he's not doing... Well, he may actually be doing his best. If he is, then we're in worse trouble than I thought.
I know. It's scaring the life out of me. And in terms of also, we're talking about the Labour Party earlier on. Well, I don't understand why they form a circular bloody firing squad
so predictable.
On each other.
I mean, day one of the conference, and they were already fighting each other to the ground like a bunch of kids in the playground.
I wish they'd just get their act together. For Christ's sake, we actually need a decent opposition to counteract this.
They can't do it. And the right-wing press are absolutely giddy with delight. They don't need journalists to make this stuff up. They just write down what they say and what actually happens. They're exactly as you say. I mean, I've said it so many times, and I'm proven right over and over again.
You're bang on.
People from the left call up. People from the left, they call up and say, "Oh, well, you're not helping, and why are you picking on us?" And no such thing happens, and we're all speaking from the same script. No, they're not. They're fighting each other over purity, and I think more concerned thoughts than you do. And oh God, it's just utterly predictable.
It's so predictable. It's actually It's actually to the point where it makes me morose. It makes me feel depressed because they don't. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Is that the best we can do?
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
Oh, it's terrifying.
But you're right about the Boris thing, and it annoys me every time that somebody says it, because people in the news say this. Oh, Boris today did. Like, think back. Is there any other MP? I mean, would we have said of Theresa May, Teresa? I mean, would a news item start with Teresa said today? No, of course not.
Even with Churchill, it wouldn't occur that way.
No.
But he's got this kind of fluffy kind of...
He's got his act. That's the thing. His entire life, his act, as with his hairstyle, has remained the same. The same as he was.
It's washing thin, Nick. It's washing...
Well,
we're starting to see what he is.
Yes, it's the only thing he's got, though, Sharif. So he can't switch. He can't change. Getting his hair cut and wearing it a little bit smarter isn't going to make any difference, because
you read that piece of, when he was speaking to the UN. Speaking, it was like that sums him up.
It's a confession. It wasn't a speech about the environment to the UN. It was a confession
of what he is.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And he's doing his best.
Sure he is. If he is, like I said, then we're all in big, big trouble. If that's him doing his best, then we are doomed. Thanks a lot, Sharif. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, think of any other Prime Minister. And none in history gets the first name treatment like they're your friend. People are seduced by this chap, and it just absolutely boggles my mind. How? Why? And the only reason I can come up with is because he does that little lost child act. That's the thing with his hair. That's why it's all ski-whiff all the time, because he wants... It's always worked because adults see him, women in particular, apparently, and they want to smooth his hair down, and they want to straighten his tie and fix his collar and mummy him. Like he's a pet. Boris. Oh, isn't he lovely? God, it's excruciating. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Excruciating, isn't it, Bodge? Enfield, hello, ruler.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Have you filled up your petrol tank?
Yes, I have. At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Lucky you. Maybe I should set off at midnight and see if I can find anything.
No, midnight, the queues were from here to Australia and back. At 1 o'clock in the morning, it was madness. At 2 o'clock, you couldn't get anywhere near a petrol station. 3 a.m. it took me to find somewhere that had less than 20 cars queuing outside.
And you know what's the bad thing? You're wasting your petrol trying to find petrol.
Correct. That's not saving the planet.
No, not at all. Okay, so what I wanted to say to you is that why would the Europeans come over here to work when we haven't, we didn't want them and we did our best to get rid of them? But then again, on the other hand, they could take advantage and say, well, you know what, if you pay us double, then we'll come over and make the most of it.
Yeah.
But I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either. Why would they? I mean, as a country, we've been yelling at them that we don't want them here. Your sort can go home, back to where you came from. We've been screaming at them for 5 years, and now when we're in trouble, we want them to come and save us.
Yeah, it's like, but please come over. We need you now. Yeah. And when we don't need you, we can chuck you out again. It's
not even please come over. It's we will permit you to come over. That sort of superior, airy wave of the hand that Bodger's got and his cast of cast of Muppets.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
We are. Yes, we are British. God damn it!
Exactly.
Yeah. By the way, Nick, I hear you went to the Isle of Wight.
When?
Well, I don't know. Did you go?
Yes, I've been there. Yeah, not this year and not last year.
All right. Did you like it?
Well, they have a house, like a royal house. I can't remember the name of it. What's the name of that big royal house where the Queen or some Queen used to stay? It's got a lawn that goes all the way down to the water, and that's really, really nice. And the boat going over, that's good too. I like that.
All right, because I've just come back from there.
Oh yeah, and
I liked it. I think it was a really lovely island, very clean, lovely, nice beaches.
Yeah, it's a bit like stepping back in time, isn't it?
Yeah,
a little bit,
and peaceful. It's a peaceful island. It's not very, not a lot of tourists there. It's nice.
And almost completely uninfested with buses, which is a mistake that I made because I went on foot and walked up from the ferry up to where you catch the bus. And it's not like it is on the mainland. A bus does not come along every 10 minutes. No, it's like once in 3 o'clock every other Wednesday, something like that.
Oh no, I know. Yeah. Well, we took a car. We took our car with us.
I can only dream of being able to take a car.
And we filled up before any of this panic, so we were fine. But no. Yeah, I think you need a car on that island.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the news, Ruler.
Thank you.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Stephen in Saltaire says, petrol shortages, labour shortages, gas shortages, lorry driver shortages, food shortages. Will Johnson's next magnificent achievement be a shortage of shortages? And Ross in Croydon says, good evening, Nick and LBC team. I'm an ex-HGV driver and I still hold my licence, but due to poor pay and long hours, I left 6 years ago. Now I'm a bus driver and I wonder why the government hasn't approached TfL. I know in my garage there are 100 HGV licence holders and are eager to help at least a day a week. It's an easy fix. Get those bus drivers to drive lorries for a day a week. It'll help a lot. There are over 8,000 bus drivers in London. At least 20% of them have HGV licences. I'm sure people won't mind waiting an extra 10 minutes for a bus because that driver is driving a lorry that day. Thank you, says Ross. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, are they transferable skills? It's a large vehicle, a bus, right enough, but you don't have that, the connecting with the thing on the back and, all of that stuff. I don't know. What are you asking me for? Let's have Oxford. Leslie.
Hello.
Leslie.
I'm loving your conversation. You brighten up my day whenever I hear you on air.
Oh, thanks.
I'd like to approach it from a slightly different angle, which hasn't kind of been mentioned yet, but I'd like to float this amongst your listeners.
Mm-hmm.
What about emigration? That hasn't really been discussed. Like, why hasn't it been addressed that people go abroad to work, sort of thing? Because there are no jobs here for people, so they go abroad and look for jobs abroad.
Well, yes, we are economic migrants. Yes, leave here to go somewhere else in order to earn money, perhaps.
So, and until we tackle emigration, it needs to go hand in hand with immigration.
No, not really, because people don't see that. They don't see people from here leaving. They do notice people from over there coming here.
Right.
Are you saying that we shouldn't allow people to leave the country to go and work somewhere else?
No, I'm saying we need to address that. I'm saying we need to address why people emigrate abroad.
Well, no end of reasons.
Why do people emigrate to find better jobs? Because they can't find the blooming jobs over here.
Right. Well, it could be any number of reasons. I suspect that many people leave because of the weather. They go to places where the weather is more reliably warm.
I'm sure there are many factors. In some cases, it might be because there are not the right sort of skilled jobs here for people to do over here.
Yeah.
And they get
Also,
better.
they want a new environment. They want a new challenge. They want a new start. They want a new life. I mean, the whole world is your oyster, unless you're planning to go to Europe, in which case it is now forbidden. Sorry about that, but we have insisted that Europe is now off the menu.
I don't keep brightening up my day. You brighten up no end.
Well, I appreciate it, Leslie. Thank you. Cheers, my dear. Ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Simon says, Nick, dehydrated water would be a good space saver and also cut down on delivery costs for the bottled versions. Well, that's excellent thinking, Simon. It's incredible that nobody's thought of that before. Dehydrated water. Problem solved. Edward tweets, Nick, if we run out of petrol, the only way forward is a horse and carriage, providing there isn't a shortage of workers to harvest the hay to feed the horses. Always a problem. I'll see if I can squeeze another one in before the news. Ipswich. Hello, Eugene.
Hello, Nick.
Eugene.
Yes.
Yes, Eugene.
Oh, I can hear you now. I'm a lorry driver, Nick.
Oh, yes.
And my problem with the lorry drivers that UK have now, it's not that the lorry drivers doesn't exist. They exist. They are here in this country as well. You have English UK drivers as well.
Yeah.
But they don't want to work as a lorry driver.
Why?
Because of the long hours.
Right. How long are the hours?
Around 72 hours per week.
Blimey.
So if you work just like me, I don't have too many years in this country. I have only 5 years or something like that. Almost 5 years.
Yeah.
But from 3 years, I'm driving a lorry, yeah? My schedule every day, it's go to work, come back at home, have a quick nap. So I will have a 7-hour nap, wake up, drink my coffee with my family, see them for another half an hour, and go back to work. That is 6 days per week, when I'm allowed to work 6 days.
6 days a week? 6, did you say?
Yes, a lorry driver can work 1 week 5 days, 1 week 6 days.
So you barely see your family at all?
Of course, I stay much more time in the lorry instead of staying home with my wife and kids.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you this? I mean, you say you got wife and kids, so maybe this is the answer to the question. But why did you choose to stay here?
I don't say that. I'm from Romania. I don't say Romania is a bad country, but they have a very bad politics.
Right.
And because, in my opinion, because East countries, they must work for West countries. So instead of working there for you, I prefer to come here and work for you.
Right. Okay, well...
Because of the politics and whatever is in the East Europe, if everybody were just like you, where is the contest? Where is the concurrence? Where is the... Somebody must do it.
Right. I think I understand what you're saying. So, about the European lorry drivers, Bodger has airily dismissed all complaints and has announced that we will now allow 5,000 foreign drivers to come over here and save Jesus' birthday. And, of course, they will be queuing around the block to come and save us because we're British, damn it. But European lorry drivers are likely to shun the UK, despite the relaxation of visa rules for truckers, as Bodger scrambles to ease the fuel crisis that has led to panic buying at forecourts across the nation, the EU's leading haulage association has said. But what does the EU's leading haulage association know about EU haulage? Don't panic, says Bodger. And everybody freaked out. The PM green-lit visas to 5,000 EU drivers. The head of the European Road Hauliers Association said that drivers on the continent are likely to ignore the UK in favour of higher pay and better working conditions across Europe, which I think is pretty unpatriotic of foreign drivers. Why don't they love our country? If they don't love our country, why don't they go back to where they came from? Oh, wait, no. Cancel that. Forget I said anything. Marco Marco said he's the General Secretary of the UETR, which represents more than 70% of trucking companies across the European Union. He said, I expect many drivers will not return to the UK, even if the UK government allows them to. He said, while offering visas to drivers on the continent would be a welcome step, there are many other issues such as working conditions, pay, and the cost of getting into and working in the UK. He said it's not surprising that the UK is suffering driver shortages. There are two reasons, he said. The number one reason is Brexit, and the number two is COVID. He said there are driver shortages right across Europe as well, which makes you wonder, and I know this has been pointed out on this show already, but Bodger has assumed that just by allowing foreign drivers to come here, 5,000 of them, for a strictly limited period while we need them, and then we can scream at them to go back to where they came from again, on Christmas Eve, that's when the visa runs out. Christmas Eve. We'll squeeze you like a sponge, get everything we want out of you, and then we'll chuck you out of the country on Christmas Eve. You're welcome. Why wouldn't anybody want that? Why wouldn't foreigners be queuing around the block for that opportunity to get abused by the people that have been screaming at them to go back to where they came from for 5 years? It's just a mystery. There are driver shortages right across Europe. See, that's the problem, is where are we going to get the drivers from? Because Europe's already got driver shortages. Not as bad as we have, mind. Not remotely as bad as we have, but they do have shortages. The EU, as opposed to this country, has committed to improving driver facilities, and haulage companies are committed to improving pay and conditions in Europe. He said, this is the General Secretary of the organisation which represents more than 70% of trucking companies in the European Union. You know, so he sounds like an expert to me. He said, until the UK offers the same pay and working conditions as drivers have in the European Union, then many will stay away. But where in Europe can an HGV driver wash in a broken sink and sleep in a lay-by and feast on a selection of garage-bought crisps all day? I mean, they don't offer that, do they? Brussels has committed to a financial package to building new truck parking areas with improved facilities across the EU, and they already have better facilities than we provide here. The facilities that we provide here include nothing. Our best offer is that we promise not to yell "go home" for a limited period if only those drivers will come back to help us before their time-limited visa runs out. It's the best offer we can make. The UK's leading trucking group, the Road Haulage Association, estimates that there are 100,000 HGV vacancies, and they blame the shortfall on a post-Brexit exodus of European drivers. But, these are only experts in possession of facts, so nobody's remotely interested in anything they have to say. And so the government's running around like headless chickens, denying that there's a problem and trying to fix something that's already unravelling. They wait till it's too late, and then they rush to try to convince us that they're on top of it. And it's as though they've just been made aware that there's a thing called Christmas coming at us. And the people that provide everything that goes with Christmas have been saying that there's a problem for ages. And, as usual, the government just ignores them till it's too late to do anything about it, and then runs around trying to find somebody else to blame it on. And their answer, or rather the government's way to take the heat off for a day in the hope that some other story comes along to distract us, is to make it easier to get an HGV licence. Because, what could possibly go wrong? The government has streamlined the process for people to gain an HGV licence. But the Road Haulage Association apparently are not reading their lines right, because they said it takes 3 or 4 months to get a driver applying to learn today to be in work in the sector. Even after gaining their licence, there's a month to 6 weeks of training on the job, and if you begin the process today, then it's unlikely you'll be driving solo until the new year. The problem is we need solutions now. Solutions now, Bodger. What have you got?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's got nothing. I mean, he could prattle on about Greek gods and fairy tales, if that helps. 0345 6060 973. Ipswich, Eugene.
Yes, Nick.
Yes.
I'm still here.
Oh, it's you. You're still there. Well, I appreciate you being there, Eugene, but we've chit-chatted away already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? Be totally fair about this. Cambridge, Argon.
Hey, Nick.
How you doing?
First-time caller,
Good
long-time
man.
listener.
Excellent.
It's actually Arjun, but don't worry.
Arjun.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Hold your head up.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, I wanted to say, you were talking about young voters, people not voting. But I'm a young person, and I literally vote at every single election.
Guilty!
I know. Yeah, whether it's general elections, local elections, I'll be there.
Right. Now,
I think,
what about your friends? Because you must talk about this sort of stuff, and I bet your friends don't.
Yeah, exactly. Half of them do, half probably don't.
Right.
Yeah. I think I know one guy who says he doesn't vote because it gets in the way of his football matches.
Oh, for crying out loud. You've got to be kidding
I know.
me. How long does a football match last? All day long? They're open from 7 in the morning till 10 at night.
Well, yeah, exactly. But he says, I have to work and then I've got the football match on. I get straight back from work. I say to him, so why don't you go to the polling station, like, at half time? It'd take you 5 minutes to get there, less than 5 minutes to vote,
Yes.
and 5 minutes back.
Correct.
So you'll be back for the second half. But,
Right. And other excuses are, I bet, they're all the same.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. You've got to talk them into it, Arjun. You've got to beat some sense into them. Physically, if necessary.
Well, I try, Nick, but I find it hard. I mean, how is it? How can I do it when people are still backing the government at a time like this? I just don't get it, Nick. I mean, like we've got.
Don't give up, Arjun.
I know. I try not to, Nick. But honestly, food shortages, fuel shortages, soaring gas prices. Yeah. I mean, I really think, I was saying this to someone else before, I was saying, I think we're heading to a kind of new winter of discontent, if this all keeps up.
Well, listen, mate, you don't know anything about it because you're not old enough to have got through it. I was there. I lived through it, and I can tell you that this is nothing like 1974. Not even remotely close. We ain't got Pan's people on the TV for a start. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Never mind. Look it up on the internet. All right, thanks a lot, Arjun. Like I said, hold your head up, Arjun. Dum, 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 boom, boom. Everybody sing. Shh, da, 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 da. We should play that right now. We got the best of Arjun? No? What kind of a radio station is this? Shrey in Harrow says, was listening to your show while driving from Barnet to Harrow, and the queue on the A406 was terrible. People should be ashamed at their panic-buying actions. Thanks for being the soundtrack to my maiden drive on the North Circular, says Shrey. Dick in Hastings says, I wonder if our current situation is part of a Conservative master plan to reduce our carbon emissions. We're running out of gas, we've run out of petrol, and the shops are empty or closed down, so there's nothing to consume. It's brilliant. And perhaps our poverty will be such that we will attract incoming overseas aid, which might help our balance of payments. Yeah, you forgot the part about with much less to eat, we're going to lose an enormous amount of weight. Think of that. Good plan, Bodge. It's working excellently well. Let's have a call in Vancouver, Canada.
I'd much rather listen to God Gave Rock and Roll to you.
Oh, well, that is a good one. Yeah, cancel, hold your head up. We're going to play God Gave Rock and Roll to You.
You were talking with a young lady earlier on, talking about why would people emigrate. And I emigrated to Canada in 1985, and the reason was really simple. My mum's working class. My dad was upper middle class, black sheep of the family, which is why he married a working class girl to really annoy his doctor father.
Right.
And I was...
Did love have anything to do with it, by the way, or was he just being mean to his parents?
Over the years. I really don't think
Just
so.
any passing girl would do. Right, okay.
Yes, as long as she was from the wrong part of the village, 'cause that was where they were from. I always accepted that my accent wouldn't get me anywhere in Britain. And because my dad's did, and I saw that my dad's accent got in places. He got a bank loan even though he was hopeless with money. And my mother never got any credit, even though she was really bright, because she sounded working class, as I did.
Right.
And when I came to Canada, I came to a country where no one cared what your accent sounded like or what school you went to. It literally just, the only thing that counts here is, are you bright? Will you work hard? You've got a good idea. And that's it. You're on your way then. You can make as much or as little money as you want. And I can't imagine why anyone who isn't part of the sort of elite 6% UK would want to stay in Britain. You've basically got a glass ceiling above you. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't sound right, you ain't going up that greasy pole.
Yeah, but where else can we go, Nick? We've closed off the borders. We can't leave. We've closed the borders for people coming here, but forgotten the part about we can't leave.
Well, my opinion of Brexit's similar to yours. I think it's... Well, here was my opinion of Brexit. It'll be a disaster. I actually didn't predict it would be this much of a disaster. I didn't think when I opened up the front page of The Guardian it would look like a report from Budapest or Warsaw in 1965,
right?
Which is what the press in Britain reminds me of. They're like life in Eastern Europe before the communists fell.
I've got detailed files from European newspapers who are looking at what's going on over here and just shaking their heads in wonderment and sort of trying not to laugh out loud. So I might give you some flavour of what Europeans think of what's going on here in a bit. But
it's the same here in Canada.
Right.
Everybody in Canada is going, if you wanted a deal from the Americans on trade, why wouldn't you demand that first before you signed the deal around submarines that you're not even building that will annoy the EU and China, the only two other trade blocs in the world? It's like, how stupid are the British?
Well,
this is how they operate.
The way they operate, the way this government in particular operates is, look at us, feast your eyes upon our magnificence and give us everything we want. Otherwise, we will accuse you of being unpatriotic. and other than that, they ain't got nothing. It's such a paper-thin act. It's just remarkable that it's worked so well for his entire life.
I mean, the Australian thing just is astoundingly inept. I mean, if you want a deal from the Americans and they want you to sign on to their military deal, you say, OK, we'll sign on if you sign this trade deal. And you don't sign on until you've signed the trade deal. Because you know that the submarine thing, which is going to provide, 100 jobs in the UK, is going to make getting a trade deal with the EU significantly more difficult.
Up to, not 100, up to 100, which clearly includes the number 0, which rather implies that we have no idea what we're going to get out of this deal, other than we're allowed to trail along behind America like a lapdog. It's just that's our new position in life. On our knees in front of whoever happens to come along because we're desperate for a trade deal. Any kind of deal, anything will do. Chap in Hounslow called Phil. Hello, Phil.
How are we?
We are great, mate.
Good. It's a fire sale literally here in West London. So Britain Running Dry, if you remember that all those years ago. The remake, the sequel.
Right. Well, they're selling fire?
Well, if you set a light to it, it's fire.
I guess so, yeah.
But no, it's just disaster.
So
And,
where are you?
Gillette Corner.
Right, so you're not in Hounslow, you're in Gillette Corner, and you're in a car?
In a van, actually.
In a van. Look down at the fuel gauge, and what does it say?
No go.
No go. So,
Fumes only.
one side is go, and one side is no go. It's marking out no go at the moment. No
It's
go.
wrapped itself.
Oh no, no go.
It wrapped itself around the end of the pin stop, you know?
It's got so little fuel in, it's bending against the end. Right. So what are you going to do about it?
Well, all the electric cars are smiling, driving past, of course, you know, giving the thumbs up.
Right.
But, I'm getting ready to camp out for the night, I think, because it's a disaster. And there's people fighting. The police have been about 4 times already. So it's...
Are you actually in a queue?
Yeah.
And how many people are ahead of you? How many cars?
Well, I'm literally about the third one to the next pump, so I've done pretty well. But the A4 is a mile queue easily.
Wow.
So it's the world's largest car park, now open in West London.
Well, I hope it doesn't run out before you get there.
No, I checked. I did my homework, and I collared somebody, and apparently there's 36,000 litres, but I haven't done the maths on that yet.
Right.
If an average car fills up 60 litres, I'll have to come back to you on that.
Yeah, there'll be a bloke in front of you with 36,000 cans that he's going to fill up just before you get there. Yeah. Or if it's anything like the garage that I went to last night, there's petrol, literally, like, not literally, but it's about ankle deep in petrol, just because people who are unfamiliar with filling up petrol cans, they don't know when to stop, and so they overfill, and it just goes all over everywhere.
Usual story. Usual story.
Morons, Phil. We're surrounded by morons. Well, I wish
swimming in them.
Exactly. I wish you all the best, and good luck at the pumps. How much is...
We'll be pumping like mad.
Right. How much is it per litre?
Well, it's 39.9, 139.9, but I'm sure...
139? What, £1.40? What? Oh, my God.
Telephone numbers it'll be before I get there, I'm sure.
Exactly. Okay, well, make sure your credit is, is all in order. Thanks a lot, Phil. It's the view from the pumps. Simon tweets, surely all the people whose jobs were stolen by immigrants started their HGV training in summer. Yeah, that's right. They came over here and they took our jobs, and so as soon as they left, all of the people whose jobs had been taken by these foreigners, they started work straight away, right? Wrong. It's almost as though none of that was actually true. Mike texts, emergency vehicles and NHS staff unable to refuel. At least Trump said he had no strategy. What's Boris Johnson's excuse? Trump never said I've got no strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
0345 6060 973. He's got zero strategy, Bodger.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Chris in Stubbington texts, hi Nick, it's Osborne House, and Queen Victoria used to stay, and I'm not sure why the Royals no longer use it. Well, the Royals no longer use it, probably because they've got so many castles, palaces, manors, houses, cottages, estates, etc. and so on, that they've forgotten it's there. Didn't Queen Victoria die there? Maybe that's why they don't no longer use it. I'm pretty sure somebody important died there. It's a good place, though. It's well worth going. They've got a lovely garden out the front where the lawn goes all the way down to the sea. The view is lovely. I think you'll enjoy it. If you mention my name at the ticket booth, they will give you a ticket at the regular price. 0345 6060 973. I do want to tell you what European newspapers have, what their opinion is of what's happening here. It's educational, and we do like to be educated. I know I'd do. Let's have Fareham. Leslie.
Hi, Nick.
Leslie.
Well, I blame the road haulage managers, not Boris.
Ah.
Yeah. It should have been them that sorting this out. It was them who took on the Europeans at a poor wage, and that's why our people wouldn't work for them, because the money was too low. And now they've lost them. So you can blame them. And also, they never put any facilities in for the drivers, so you can blame them again.
Well, that's a government thing, though, really, isn't it? I mean,
No.
it is. Putting facilities on roadsides and constructing buildings where they can go and wash
where
and
the
so on.
road haulage managers should have been asking for it.
Well,
So they are to blame.
No, they're not. They're not to blame. Of course, they're not to blame. It's a government issue. The European governments provide for their most valuable assets, and being as everything in your house has come by lorry, then it would be the drivers who are those assets. And I've heard time and time and time again from lorry drivers that the quality of life in Europe is much, much better than it is here because of the facilities. I mean, think if you were sitting in a cab for what did that bloke say? Some 70 hours a week, something like that. You'd want somewhere decent to go and, have a shower, somewhere to rest up, somewhere to have a good meal. We ain't got that here because the government haven't provided it, Leslie.
And it should have been the road haulagers and the unions asking for that to be put in.
Why should they have to ask for something that's already available in Europe?
Because they wouldn't get it unless they asked for it.
Well, what kind of a government is that refuses to help? They refuse to help ourselves until they're forced into doing it.
We have got to help ourselves, but we don't help ourselves. The road haulage managers don't help their drivers. They pay them as much as they can get away with, or as less as they can get away with.
That's not road haulage. That's not the road haulage people. That's everywhere. Everywhere does that.
But at the moment, we're on about them, aren't we?
Yeah, but Leslie, they're not independent of the rest of the economy. Everywhere pays people as little as they can possibly get away with. Huh?
They are part of it.
Yeah, they're part
a
of
big
it.
part of it.
Yeah, but so is the government. They don't get a pass.
But it's up to the road haulage managers to get together and sort it out. You cannot keep on blaming
Leslie.
the government. Doesn't matter which party's in. You cannot keep on blaming the government.
If governments in Europe provide for their drivers, then of course it's this government's problem.
It is the road haulagers, the drivers, they should be asking for it. There's unions out there, they should be asking for it.
Why
as well.
should they have to ask for something that's already provided just over the water?
I quite agree with you. But that's
But you're not agreeing with me. You're saying the opposite. That it's their fault because they haven't asked for something that is provided in Europe for nothing. It shouldn't be for them to ask or beg for facilities that are, reasonable for their life and their working environment and for their health. Why should they have to ask for stuff like that? Plus, if they asked, the government would have said no. Until they're desperate. Only when they're desperate, only when the negative headlines start piling up, do they actually do anything about it. And they only do something about it in order to stop the negative headlines. They'll do just enough to either distract us about something else or to airily announce that they have solved the problem by not really solving the problem. They're not really interested in solving the problem. They're just interested in managing news headlines. Which is why we've got this the government, which does seem to be caught by surprise about absolutely everything that comes along. This is the reason. They don't appear to be that interested in anything. But they're forced to do something every now and again by a tsunami of negative headlines. Oh well, we'll say I don't know. We'll create 5,000 visas. I know we got 100,000 drivers short, but we'll get 5,000 to come, and then the press will concentrate on that part, and then we can skip away and fight each other over who gets to use chevening for the weekend. That's as ridiculous as it is. Tobias texts, "Hi Nick, the how dare they come here and take our jobs is now how dare they not come here and take our jobs." James tweets, "Simply, if everyone who drives a car drove or rode a 125cc motorcycle, the fuel would last longer." He says, "I can get 250 miles on one tank, and that's 12 litres of fuel. Also less traffic and more fun." Fun? Yeah, I seriously doubt that. A 125cc motorcycle. You know what would be good on if you could modify them a bit? Put 2 extra wheels on and put a steel weatherproof cage on the top with 4 seats, heating and a sat-nav. Somebody should invent that. Woolwich. Hello, Richard.
Nick.
Richard.
Hello. Oh my! She was Leslie, your previous caller. She called the wrong show, didn't she? She sounded like a local Tory chairperson. What was she doing on?
Well, you can call to give an alternative opinion. I just didn't agree with that opinion. That she whitewashes all responsibility from the government for the situation that we find ourselves in. It's their fault.
Exactly. I want to talk about the Muppets, but I just want to say, Nick, if I may, there's an LBC presenter who bangs on all the time about his book. And the thing that I find amazing about you is that you've written 7 of them. You've authored 7 books. and so I want to give a plug on your behalf.
Oh, yes.
Because I never hear you plug your own books, and they are actually utterly brilliant. And I recommend people should read them because they are really, if you kind of want to get a little piece of Nick during the week, just read his books. They're fantastic. There you go.
Well, I appreciate that. I've written 7? Surely not.
Yeah, 7. You have.
I find that hard to believe. Probably a better idea might be to avail yourself of the podcast that I do, because I do 3, one of which is this show. Friday and Saturday night shows get squirted up the internet as podcasts. We take the news and the ads out, which makes it quicker to listen to. You'll use less electricity, and no one will superglue their face to your driveway. It's called Nick Abbott The Whole Show, and there's another one called Nick Abbott Habit. I do 3 podcasts, one with Cameron Giffen and 2 just me. One's this show, and the other's called the Nick Abbott Habit, which I'm doing from old shows, clips from old shows, which, until the one that's just out, were COVID-free. They were from shows before The Invisible Menace had ever been heard of. But I got up to the point, because I'm doing it, what do you call it when you do things by time? Not alphabetically, the other one.
Chronically?
Chronically, yes. Yeah, chronically. I couldn't think of the word chronically. Yeah, chronic. Yes, I came up to the point, and it came as a surprise. January 2020, I say the word coronavirus for the very first time, because this news is coming in from China of something strange that's going on. So it's a bit weird to relive that, because I'm just chortling away at, this news that's coming in, having no idea about what's to come. It's a bit alarming. But that's called the Nick Abbott Habit. And that was out on Monday, the very first time I ever talked about the Invisible Menace. But anyway, that's not what you called.
No, and they're on every week. I heard a caller, I think yesterday or the day before, saying that he thought they were on at irregular moments.
Yeah.
But they are uploaded every week.
They are.
Yeah. But what I want to say, Nick, if I may, is about Kermit the Frog, because I mean, I was listening today again to the song "It's Not Easy Being Green," and for once my English literature degree has served me well, maybe. It hasn't served me well for anything else. But because the song starts, it's not easy being green, but it ends, I'm green, it's the colour I want to be.
That's right.
And the thing I'm curious about is, why did Johnson focus on the first part of that song, which is it's not easy being green, and rather than focusing on the end of the song saying I'm green, it's the colour I want to be. And so my analysis or my thinking was, first of all, I think he was a plonker for just basically bringing that up in front of all of those amazing dignitaries. I just think I didn't think he served any purpose whatsoever, and I think it fell very flat.
Well, did it ever? Yeah, and you could see it in his eyes. I mean, he's not used to addressing a group of people to complete silence and indifference. And you can see in his eyes this sort of terror coming across his eyes, because none of his act is working with that crowd, because he's normally addressing fans and sycophants. But not there, he wasn't. No, so none of his childish love me act worked with that crowd.
Very, very flat and painfully flat. But I thought, you talked earlier about how aspects of his speech or his talk kind of gave away some clues. Yeah. And I thought, for me, this gave away an almighty clue, which he was focusing on. It's not easy being green, rather than so the glass is half empty, rather than focusing on, I'm green, it's the colour I want to be, which is the glass half full. And I actually think he is okay. I have no data to back this up other than the stuff he wrote in his articles, but I do think that this guy has a skepticism around the environment, and I thought that it kind of came out a little bit in his choice of emphasis on that particular song, even though that song he should never even have raised the issue of Kermit the Frog.
And that's what you got with your English degree.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
That really has come in tremendously useful. An excellent use of 3 years and all of the money associated with that. Good work. Thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I think it was a racist diatribe about green people. Have I actually finished all of my texts and tweets? Wow, I have done very well. I can't believe I normally don't do that. I'm way ahead of schedule. Now I can concentrate on some of these calls. Bethnal Green, hello, Azad.
Yeah, hello, Nick. First-time caller.
Good man.
So what it is I was trying to say, I'm a bus driver. I've been driving the buses for the last 10 years.
Right.
And what I've realised with the bus industry, a lot of our drivers, colleagues, we're not happy with the terms, conditions, and it's been going on for quite a long time. But we're just stuck. We don't have other options or any other driving jobs. But now that there's shortages in lorry and haulage drivers and rigid Class 2 drivers for supermarkets and stuff, we drive the same size buses. Buses are the same size as these lorries.
Yeah.
So if the government and TfL spoke to these independent companies, because all the London bus companies are privatised, so we could have been loaned to other truck companies, haulage companies, and we could have done some of the delivery jobs as extra drivers, and then after 3-4 months or 6 months period, we could have gone back to our buses. Because the Christmas is coming up and the busy time of year is coming up. So that would have made sense. Because a lot of the drivers, ex-drivers, they've got lorry license and they've got Class 2, Class 1 license already. It's just they just need a bit of brushing up.
But isn't a problem with that, though, that if the bus drivers left en masse to lend a hand delivering in lorries, then there's going to be a lot of people waiting at bus stops for buses that aren't coming.
Well, not all the drivers, like few drivers from each depot, like and spread them out in London or Greater London or within the M20. Well, I'm in East London, so I would say M25 is my ring. So within that M25, just scatter drivers out there, it will help. It will help the demand, the supply chain. It will help the supply chain.
And you don't have to take any further tests or exams or anything like that to be able to just climb into a cab?
Well, I believe the CPC, I think they might have to do that CPC, because I believe we've got a CPC license. We've got the CPC, the professional competence of professional, the professional competent license. We've got that for the PHV. But for I believe for the LGVs and the HGVs...
Oh my God, there's way too many acronyms. I've got no idea what you're talking about anymore.
Yeah, anyway, it's just another competent test that they need to do. That,
okay.
Yeah, it's just a brush on that. Yeah.
You know what? I skipped the competence test to do this job. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Azad. I do have detailed files about what European newspapers are writing about what's happening here. I guess you can just imagine what they're saying. If I don't get around to it, then whatever it is that you imagine they're saying is probably exactly what they're saying. But I do have a couple of calls I must take, because otherwise it would be rude. Humberside. Derek.
Hi, Nick. Correction as usual.
Thanks.
No, I was just thinking that your caller from Tory HQ earlier on saying, don't blame Boris, don't blame the government. It's just typical, isn't it? But what I was thinking on the news, it said there was on getting 5,000 chicken pluckers in and a load of 5,000 lorry drivers in. And you know what's going to come next, don't you? Is Boris has saved Christmas.
Yeah.
So we've all got our food in our bellies for Christmas Day, not forgetting that he ruined last year's Christmas, didn't he? And probably killed another 50,000 people by telling people they could all meet, even though the...
That is what they're aiming at. Boris saves Christmas. That's the headline that they're working for the next 2 months.
Yeah, you can just see it now in the papers. That is going to be right across the Telegraph, the Sun, and all the rest of it.
Express, Boris saves Christmas.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, Boris.
Thank you.
We know you're doing your best.
Yeah, he's... but I just wish the Labour Party would get their act together. I mean, it's just beyond
don't hold your breath, Derek.
No. I don't see... I mean, you got that McCluskey coming out today and saying Labour would never get power as long as Keir Starmer's
that's
leader.
Exactly what they don't want. I mean, they got a conference, they got all eyes on them, and they're busy wrestling each other to the ground so that the Tories can just step nimbly over them. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks a lot, Derek. 0345 6060 973. Gaz tweets, Nick, last 15 minutes, can you just nail out these European papers in what they are saying about the mess the United Kingdom has got itself into? Yeah, okay, I'll just take one more call and then maybe I'll do that. Birmingham, hello, Russell.
Hi, Nick.
Russell.
Hi, right, 2 points, if I may. Firstly, just what the guy, I think it was from Harrogate, the bus driver was saying about bus drivers going over to drive heavy goods vehicles.
Yes.
Okay, it's not that simple, because I found this out. I've been in the heavy goods industry in and out for some 17 years. And I was made redundant due to the pandemic. So I luckily retrained as a bus driver throughout that, gained employment, and I'm still in employment. Now, I'd got a heavy goods class 1 licence before I took my bus driving PSB and CPC, thinking, brilliant. When I took my CPC course, if I don't like the buses, I can jump straight back on the trucks. But like that guy was saying, you can't just do that, Nick. The CPC, the Certificate of Professional Competency, is different from a bus driver to a truck driver. So even though you're licensed to drive buses with your CPC, you're not allowed to do it on vehicles. You have to retake it. So the drivers that were furloughed, that have gone out of the industry, have now got to repay to take that CPC test to get them back in.
Right.
Okay, and my second point about bringing the Polish drivers back, well, you know, Polish, Romanian, wherever, all those drivers during the pandemic went back to their own countries. They maybe have now found other jobs over there, hence they don't necessarily want to come back and take up truck driving back in this country. What the government need to do, instead of relaxing, in my opinion, Nick, instead of relaxing these rules on the visas, what they should actually be looking at, and you guys could help with this, pushing it forward, is relaxing the CPC rules. So the drivers in this country whose CPC qualification has expired can get a bit of a break through that CPC course, which is 35 hours every driver has to take per 5 years.
And it's just like a driving test, is it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Right,
but
okay.
the modules, Nick.
I thought that they were relaxing them. I thought they were making it easy. I thought that they'd cancelled the bit about you needing to know how to reverse, which seems pretty important to me.
Yeah, Nick, that's not in your CPC. That's purely in your practical test, Nick.
Right. So what does the CPC do then?
The CPC is various different modules, i.e. you have to study driver's hours for the United Kingdom and Europe, and then there's safe loading, straps,
right. So basically how to be a lorry driver.
You got it, exactly.
Right, okay.
You nailed it. Now, it's different.
As somebody who doesn't really know anything about that, it doesn't seem like a great idea to make it easier to pass.
Yeah, but a CPC course is not a practical driving course. If you've got 30,000 HGV drivers, I'll pluck that figure out the air, Nick, in this country, whose CPC has expired. Those drivers, Nick, may have been driving for 20, 25, 30, 35 years. They know how to drive these heavy goods vehicles.
Well, you say that, but then most of the people on the road have been driving a good long while, but I still see morons do stupid things on a regular basis. So just because they passed the test doesn't mean to say that they actually know what they're doing.
No,
I'm not talking about lorry drivers, I'm just talking about everybody on the road now.
Yeah,
I'm running out of time here, Russell, but I have one question for you.
Mm-hmm.
As a bus driver, do you ever get taught to charge away from a bus stop while people with shopping are trying to find their seat so that they're slammed around the bus like a pinball?
No, if you do that, then if you pull away, like briefly, just say, if you're on a bus, an elderly person gets on, or a person with shopping, or especially a mother with children, you have to wait for those people to be seated. If you pull off, those people fall over, you're dismissed. Period. End of. No argument.
Right. Well, that's not my experience of buses, but okay then. Thanks a lot, Russell. 034. I don't know why I'm reading the number out anymore, because I think that's got to be it. Nick from Birmingham texts, I have an idea. Why don't Insulate Britain start an insulation company and go around insulating homes instead of causing pollution by playing chicken on the M25? I think it's a little more complicated than that, but okay. This says, leave Boris alone, he's doing his best. Always one of those. Lisa Bird tweets, well, this has just finished me off. John Lewis have run out of scones. I assume that if it's John Lewis, it's scones. John Lewis don't sell scones, do they? That'd be a Waitrose thing, or is that what you mean? You can't get any scones in Waitrose. They only sell scones.
Affirmative.
I think you'll find that is correct. All right, I've run out of time. I'll just give you a flavour. This is a European newspaper's view of what's happening here. The front page of the French outlet Shall I do the accent?
No.
Liberation featured a finished roll of toilet paper with the final sheet emblazoned with Brexit above the headline, "The Future That Failed to Deliver." The paper wrote, labour shortages, disrupted logistics chains, missing products, departures of European citizens. With the gradual end of the COVID crisis, the United Kingdom begins to see in concrete terms the consequences of its exit from the European Union. The German magazine Der Spiegel's coverage of the issue is headlined, "In the Kingdom of the Empty Shelves," and warned supply bottlenecks could become even more drastic. They said after Brexit, migrant workers from Eastern Europe are no longer welcome in the UK, so the country is now missing 100,000 truck drivers and goods. The Barcelona-based daily La Vanguardia compared the empty shelves, closed KFCs, fruit rotting in the field, and empty vending machines to the boycotted Cuba. Oh, great. We're like Cuba now. Except we ain't got no salsa and we ain't got no cigars. Oh, well. Still, could be worse. Can't think how, off the top of my head, but Roger's probably dreaming up some way of making it worse.